fetch lands to find them all. The mana base in Modern, let's be honest, of pretty high quality with the amount of Ravnica dual lands, fetch lands. Now we've got all 10 fetch lands, obviously, rather than just the 5, and also all of the fast lands as well. So we see Vendilion Click from Eduardo Sanchez Click. For those who don't know, we'll put up on the screen. Let's see if it recognises my handwriting. No,
It's 1L.
It's just 1L.
Yep.
Good job. I've got someone in the commentary booth who does know what the cards do.
I play a lot of Modern. I
certainly
play a lot of Legacy as well. I know this card. It's a what would I'd like to describe as a format staple.
Okay.
It's
a very expensive format.
Very still quite expensive.
Although the reprint did help.
The reprints did help, both of them.
Yeah.
So it's, as you can see, 1 blue flash. So you can play it anytime you can play an instant. It has flying. It's a 3/1, and when it comes into play, you can look at target player. Now this is important because you don't want to immediately review your hand when it resolves, because your opponent might choose themselves. Sorry. So
you've just given them free information.
Exactly. I've had that happen to me a couple times. I've played a Vendilion Clique, and my opponent has immediately put down his hand, and I've gone, okay,
target me.
Target myself. And the look on their face is...
And so they try and call a judge at the same time and say, but he didn't target anyone? That's all right. No. So they didn't go to that one.
No. They've just immediately gone, oh. And, I've heard a story of a guy who played a Vendilion Clique, and his opponent immediately put his hand down, and he went, okay, got a pen, wrote down the guy's hand, and the guy went, okay, and he went, what are you going to take? And he went, I'm going to target myself. And the guy went, what? And he went, you didn't let me target myself or anything. So he just picked this card that he didn't want, put it to the bottom, and carried on with his life. And I think he won that game because he had perfect information.
Bit of free information, as it is, knowledge is power. Having the information that your opponent does not have is a very strong way to go to it. Now, in terms of the matchup, obviously, Splinter Twin, very interactive in the terms of, it does kill you on turn 4, but at the same time, you're trying to do it with a 3-mana creature.
Yep.
And speaking of staples, one of the staples of the Modern format, and packing a whole 4 copies into his deck, is our favourite 2-mana instant from Ravnica, and a very powerful card in Abrupt Decay. Can't be countered, destroy target non-land permanent with converted mana cost 3 or less. Very difficult to resolve Splinter Twin through this, and Eduardo knows he has 2 of them in hand.
I know. So this Thoughtseize probably going to take the Remand again. He's only got 1 copy of Splinter Twin. He's got 2 Lightning Bolts. But I can definitely see this. Thoughtseize taking a Remand, potentially, or maybe even Dispel. It's at the moment Charles isn't really doing much. He's got a copy of Gifts Ungiven in hand. He's got some stuff. These are
a copy of Thragtusk.
Does have a copy of Thragtusk. These are basically 2 control decks at the moment, and both of them have almost a combo finish. So obviously, Charles is looking to go for the combo finish of an Elesh Norn, whereas Eduardo is going for the Splinter Twin combo. And neither player really doing much. They're trying to just build up their hand, get to the point where they can combo off and they can kill their opponent.
I think that's an important thing to point out, because they're both control decks. We've seen Eduardo discarding Splinter Twin as well. He's obviously drawing too many cards. He hasn't found anything to go with it. And Charles, well, he's just increasing the number of things, a number of lands in play. Starting to get a bit of an advantage over his opponent that will be quite hard for Eduardo to come back. Of course, the most important thing in control matchups you have to remember is man with more lands normally is able to push through the spells he needs to, because he can overwhelm what his opponent's trying to do. At the same time, Eduardo has this fantastic ability of just burning his opponents out. He has a blue-red deck. He has 4 copies of Lightning Bolt, and I'm going to be very surprised if he doesn't. He also has 4 copies of Snapcaster Mage, and those together can do a very good job of removing an opponent's life total very quick. At the same time, he also has things like Electrolyze. And we already can see he's got at least 2, maybe 3 copies of Lightning Bolt in hand ready to go.
So yeah, Snapcaster Mage, probably another format staple. 1 and a blue. Again, flash, because, you know, all the best creatures in blue have flash. When it enters the battlefield, you may target you target an instant or sorcery card in your graveyard, and until end of turn, that card has flashback. Flashback is you cast the card from your graveyard, and then you exile it. Now, this is an interesting one. With cards like Remand, which are counter target spell, return that spell. If it's countered this way, return it to its owner's hand, draw a card. If you remand a spell that's been flashbacked, the card is exiled. The flashbacked card is exiled. The reason is that the templating of flashback, or the wording of flashback and the rules of flashback, and basically how flashback work is it's a replacement effect that overrides remand. So yeah, any card that is Snapcaster Maged and remanded is flashbacked and remanded is exiled. But you know, we've still got some stuff going on for Eduardo. You know, his opponent is at Eduardo's at 10. I think that's incorrect.
Well, Eduardo is now throwing some lightning bolts at his opponent's face. There is every chance that those life totals are the other way around, that we know that Eduardo has been doing that thing. So I'm just going to go double check that those life totals are being done the right way around, and we will get that updated for you in a moment.
Yeah, I don't see how Eduardo's at 10 if he hasn't actually done anything. Yep, so Eduardo showing him his hand of all of these bolts and things. So I'm just waiting for John to come back, but it looks like the game should have been 1-0 in Eduardo. There we go, 1-0 in Eduardo's favour. So right, so the names on our live total pad, on our little tab, were unfortunately the wrong way round. So yeah, that was a win to Eduardo.
There were 4 lightning bolts
and
in his hand.
Mage.
And the Snapcaster Mage, and he just went, well, there's my hand.
Here's 15 damage. So
they're just going to shuffle up now for the sideboard games. So now we get to have a look at what each of them is working with in their sideboard. So 4 colour gifts. It is a sideboard of one-ofs. We have a Golgari Charm, a Life from the Loam, a Raven's Crime, a Ghost Quarter, a Duress, a Path to Exile, a Torpor Orb, an Engineered Explosives, an Iona Shield of Emeria, 1 Damnation, 1 Drown in Sorrow, a Spellskite, a Stony Silence, and 2 Dispel. Now the ones that stand out for me are the 2 copies of Dispel, the 1 Iona, because I think it is slightly better than Elish Norn's magic, because you can just shut down them casting blue spells if needs be. Or you run both of them. It's better than Grave Titan, sorry. So you keep Iona and Elish Norn in. Then you have also the Torpor Orb if you choose to go that way, and the Duress. Duress seems really good. It's a way of you don't spend life stripping your opponent of their spells in hand.
So from Eduardo, I have already seen a little bit of what he's brought it in, but his sideboard consists of 2 Blood Moon, 1 Cavern of Souls, 2 Keronos, God of Storms, 2 Tasiga, the Golden Fang, 1 Dispel. I believe that's a Dispel.
What is it? Dismember.
Oh, that's it, Dismember. 1 Engineered Explosives, 2 Spellskite, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Ancient Grudge. So, 2 Blood Moons, 100% coming in. The Cavern of Souls, probably the 2 Keronos, and maybe the Tasiga. Blood Moon, so good against the 4-colour decks. Cavern, uncountable threats. Keronos, so hard for Charles to deal with once it lands.
And that's the important thing to remember, that he's trying to push through counter spells as well. Obviously, we've seen Mana Leak. There is 3 Mana Leaks. Admittedly, they are the only counter spells, but Eduardo doesn't know that. He doesn't know that there aren't any more counter spells, and having an ability to push through that might not be that bad. Again, he might not feel the need for it, because he feels like if he goes into more of a control deck where he brings in the Keronos, he brings in the Blood Moons, he might not actually want the Cavern of Souls again, being kind of turned off by the Blood Moons.
Exactly. So, players just shuffling up for game 2, and they will be ready to go soon.
So it'll be very interesting to see how Charles chooses to sideboard. I think that Charles's sideboard options are probably the more important of the two. You see Eduardo, he has the ability just to burn Charles out. Charles trying to resolve Thragtusk's 5 mana spells to try and get through all these cheap counter spells that Eduardo has, and also Eduardo then just able to burn him out at the end of the day. And Lightning Bolt, 4 copies of, and a Snapcaster Mage is going to end most games pretty quickly, as we saw in that one. So, quick shuffle up. Game number 2, Charles will be on the play. 4-colour Gifts versus Grixis Twin. Certainly a different matchup that we didn't quite expect on camera. 4-colour Gifts, certainly a deck that we haven't seen for a while, and Grixis Twin, well, it's starting to make its name known in the different circles of modern Magic at the moment. It's just a slightly different version. We say it's a blue-red splashing black for the sideboard cards of Tasiga and the Dismember as well. And one of those ones that makes the mana base very clean. He's able to play his own Blood Moons whilst being able to have access to the black spells, which are hugely powerful in these matchups as well. So, players just shuffling up. We will soon be on to game number 2 in our first match of Modern. 7 rounds. It was capped to make sure we didn't go above 7. Then we'll have a cut to top 8. We will be providing up-to-date coverage for all of it through all of the top 8, and hopefully you will stay with us while we go through this Modern GPT for GP Lyon. Players will just be laying out their 7 soon. I'm assuming in the way. I'd want to make sure his deck's fully shuffled. One of those things that got to make sure that you can't ever let your any of the lands go there. So just make sure. And one of the other things, given their each other's deck a quick shuffle as well, just to make sure there's no issues with any of that. So one the back, one the next. Game number 2. Lay out their opening 7s, see what they like from them. You can see an Abrupt Decay already in hand, see a Dispel in hand as well. So Charles has definitely brought in the Dispels. Very powerful card when you're trying to fight counter walls over things. We see Cryptic Command, few lands for Eduardo. Both players are happy, so Creeping Tarpit. Best place to start, the card always comes into play tapped. Get it out there early on. And you won't have any problems later with your mana coming into play tapped when you need it untapped. We also do see that Eduardo has brought in the Cavern of Souls, obviously feeling the need to make sure he can push all his spells through. So we see a Ravnica dual land coming into play untapped. We see Inquisition of Kozilek. Interesting that he chose to do it off of a Tapped Goblet Shrine. We see Cryptic Command, Keronos God of Storms, land, 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 and land. Deceiver Exarch hitting the bin straight away.
So, in this point, I mean, if Eduardo can keep his... They're having a little trouble with the tab there. That should be Eduardo win game 1, and Charles is down a game. I'll just go system with that. Well, John will just go system. Interestingly, if this Keronos gets to stay in hand long enough, that Cavern's going to name God, and that Cavern is 100% going to be coming down, and that Keronos is going to come down, and you know. Unfortunately, I don't believe that there doesn't appear to be any way that Charles actually has a way to deal with this card. With a resolved Keranos, he has to just try and outrace it. Obviously, Maelstrom Pulse is destroy. Won't destroy it because it is a indestructible. And as long as it's never a creature, Path to Exile doesn't do anything either. So it will be interesting to see what happens with that. So Eduardo, I think he's brought in the Tassigas just because he has played this. He has got this Watery Grave. You know, game 1 he didn't want to reveal that he was playing any black, whereas game 2 he's more than happy to get out Tassiga.
Yes, got it right.
So there we go. So now we can see Charles correctly at 18 and down a game. Eduardo at 19 and up 1. So Serum Visions, another format staple. Every single blue deck is, I believe every single blue deck, other than maybe Merfolk
Scapeshift
or Scapeshift, is running Serum Visions. And, you know,
it's a very powerful card. The ability to, obviously, draw a card for a mana.
Cantrip and set up your next 2 draws, or at least try to.
That's the thing. It's the ability to scry 2 as well. And we see the Snapcaster Mage flashing back Serum Visions, and a lot of decks, they will happily do that. Snapcaster Mage sometimes puts itself in a position where flashing back your Serum Visions is actually a very strong play and strong line. Sculpting your draw early on, especially in these matchups that are going a lot longer, building towards Keranos, as well as we see Go for the Throat taking care of the Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, and do you know what the thing is? Eduardo still hasn't played that Cavern of Souls. And do you know why? Do you know why he hasn't played that Cavern of Souls? Because he's worried about something like a Ghost Quarter taking it out before he can get his Keranos down. Now, obviously, the Thoughtseize strips away the Keranos.
Timely top deck.
Well, I mean, it was a turn earlier than it needed to be, but still good. You know, he does run 2 copies of Thoughtseize, so only 2 ways to actually get rid of Keranos. Again, the life totals are getting screwed up again. So, we don't know what's wrong, but Charles should be at 16 and Eduardo should be at 19. So John's just explained to them that actually no, the life totals are wrong. The way you're tapping them is wrong. Sorry guys. So, oh, that is a brilliant draw for Eduardo. So, Desolate Lighthouse. This card is arguably one of the best cards in the Twin deck, and you ask why? I'm going to show you why. 1 blue red tap. Draw a card, then discard a card. This card is known as Desolate Loot House.
Get done with the Loot House.
Yes, Desolate Loot House. Why is it called that? Because the ability, draw a card, discard a card, is looting. And, you know, loot is draw a card, discard a card. So, you know, a card that allows you to do that, to draw a card and then discard a card, on a land, every turn you want to. You know, all you need is the Loot House and 3 untap mana. And all of a sudden, boom, you have the... You have draw. So,
and one of the most important things with this is it's sculpting your hand.
Exactly. You know,
that's how important this card is it sculpts your hand and it allows you to start to attack things. And we see one of the other lands that has made a big impact in Modern in the manland cycle, or what we when we say manland, as in a land which becomes a creature. In this case, Creeping Tar Pit. You have a number ones, you have Raging Ravine, you have the Treetop Village. All of these creatures are hugely powerful in what they are trying to do. They're trying to give their spell lands that give all the control decks on all of those the ability to go over the top slightly and allow you to attack even, especially Creeping Tar Pit. It is a 1 blue-black to activate.
Yep.
It makes a 3/2 unblockable creature.
That's also blue and black.
It's also blue and black. It makes it, the creature becomes the same colour. So it's the same Celestial Colonnade, which is blue-white, Raging Ravine, green-red. And these creatures have made a huge impact on Legacy as well for some of them. Bearing in mind the Creeping Tar Pit sees play in Legacy.
Yes, it sees play in the Shardless Bug.
Shardless Bug, yeah. We'll call it Shardless Bug because it's a bug deck. It's not Soul type.
It's not Soul type.
No, it's definitely not Soul
Get
type.
out if you call it Soul type. So, yeah. So Charles is at 13. You know, he's cast a few spells. He's done quite a few things. So we're gonna see a most likely a looting. Yep.
But also you can see that Eduardo has found his copy. I believe it's just one copy of Tectonic Edge. And all like I know we keep referring to staples of the format, but a lot of the cards have formed various niches in their own thing. Tectonic Edge, one of the best answers in the format to man lands or difficult to deal with lands.
Yep.
It's a land. One adds a colourless mana, doesn't feel very interesting, but one tap, sacrifice Tectonic Edge, destroy target, non-basic. Activate this ability only if you or opponent controls 4 or more lands. And well, we can see that Charles has 4 or more lands, and that Creeping Tar Pit, it's non-basic.
He does have a second one now, though.
Yeah.
So, you know, but something interesting to note. If you have two Tectonic Edges, and your opponent has 4 lands, and 2 of them are non-basic, you can destroy 2.
And that is done because...
That's because for you to activate the Creeping Tar Pit, for you to activate Tectonic Edge, the card has to be a different. So your opponent has to control 4 or more lands. However, there's no intervening if clause. It doesn't say this ability only resolves if your opponent has. So it's not if your opponent has 4 lands, you may activate. You may pay 1, tap it, and destroy that land, and then anything like that. But you can only activate it when it has 4. So as long as they have 4, when you activate them both, you can destroy 2 lands. And sometimes that is insane. You know, you get to just destroy 2 lands as you wish. So Eduardo has named. I'm not sure what Eduardo has named off his cavern, but I'm hoping we will know soon enough, I'm sure.
We see another firing up of the Creeping Tar Pit. Now, one of the things with Grixis, with the twin decks, is actually you don't have to use the Tectonic Edge. He could use the Pestomite that's in hand to do the same job.
Exactly, and this is something important to note.
Yeah, so I imagine it was naming fairy, because we're probably going to see, well, whichever of the two plays. So we see Pestomite. The other side of the combo piece, obviously they have 2 sides to the combo. They have
the split in 2, which we showed you earlier.
But then 2 creatures.
Pestomite and Deceiver Exarch.
I could spell it. Spelling today has been interesting, and these are the 2 creatures that combo with Splinter Twin to make it into the deck that it is at the moment. And well, one's a fairy, one's a cleric, and the cavern will always name what it can. As we see Abrupt Decay taking out the Pestomite. Charles still at 13. He's not a lot of life, and obviously we saw the Pestomite come in and tap down the Creeping Tar Pit. That's one of the powerful parts of the Splinter Twin deck, is that it has this tempo ability as well. Just tempo your opponents out. So we see Inquisition of Kozilek to come down, target Eduardo. We see at least the Lightning Bolt, Cryptic Command. Something else. There is a chance that, of course, he activates the Loot House first. Has a look, see what he can find, or he just reveals his hand and he bolts Charles down to 10.
I think bolting Charles down to 10, reveal your hand, because he doesn't got anything. He hasn't got anything that Charles can actually get. So, this moment in time...
See Lightning Bolt upstairs.
Yeah. It's not going anywhere else.
Just remember, it's called sending a message that you are not afraid of their discard spells.
No. And, you know, Eduardo's going down to 10 off this tar pit, but, you know, he's okay with that.
He still has a Cryptic Command in hand.
Exactly.
That card's very powerful. And obviously we were speaking about Ojutai's command and mentioned that there are similarities between the two. Probably one of the most powerful blue instants in Modern, or maybe the most powerful blue instant in Modern. 1 blue, the Cryptic Command. Choose to counter target spell, return target permanent to its owner's hand, tap all creatures your opponent controls, and draw a card. Now, I play Scapeshift. I'm a Scapeshift player in Modern. This card has won me many games. More on the fact that sometimes you just go, tap your team, draw a card, time walk you for the turn, and kill you in the following turn with Escape Shift. And Cryptic Command has formed such an integral part of a lot of blue decks, be it the old blue, white, red control decks,
Yep.
the current Splinter Twin decks. Any blue deck that can put that many blue symbols on the table will normally be running some number of Cryptic Command across the 75. The card is hugely powerful.
Yeah.
Drawing extra cards, tapping your opponent's team, countering a spell. Doesn't matter what it is, it says counter target spell. It's a very, very powerful spell. I believe a few years ago, Shota Yasuoka he named his card the Eternal Command deck. Used Ether Vial, Eternal Witness,
Cryptic Command,
Tarmogoyf, Snapcaster Mage, Vidillion Click, and 4 copies of Cryptic Command, and it was certainly a very interesting deck. And we see Life from the Loam.
And it was really good. It was basically just a value deck where all he was doing was getting as much value as he possibly could. So
see Tasiga the Golden Fan. It would have been naming Wizard.
No, human.
Human?
Tasiga is a human shaman.
Ah, okay.
So he has to have named human here and I was talking to him earlier and he said that Eduardo said that he's normally names human.
Yeah, human shaman.
Humans.
So now it has been revealed to us.
Snapcaster Mage is a human. Tasiga's a human.
The other bits aren't so much, but Cavern of Souls still taps for a colourless mana. Still allows you to use that for that as well.
So, yeah, Tasiga, very good here.
Across all formats as well, Tasiga is. He has a Delve ability as well, and we saw with Treasure Cruise how powerful Delve can be. 1 mana 4/5 in Modern is pretty big.
Yeah.
A 1 mana 4/5 in Legacy is ginormous.
Yeah. So, interesting here is Eduardo has decided to leave himself with Lightning Bolt and 5 lands. So any activation of Tasiga will get him something good.
Or a Lightning Bolt. And his opponent's at 9.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure I'm happy paying 5 mana to Lightning Bolt my opponent every turn.
Yeah. Seems like a pretty good place to be, and he has double Cryptic Command in hand as well. The textless primos as well. There are 2 Cryptic Commands in his main.
Yep.
None in the side, and well, unfortunately, Charles might have to find a good way of winning because Tasiga is going to make short work of his life total as well. A 4/5 is big.
Indeed. So
we have Gifts Ungiven, the namesake card of the deck.
Eduardo just staring at his hand of 2 Cryptic Commands, and I wonder how to do this.
I wonder if there's a dispel here or anything. It'd be very interesting.
There is, yeah.
The fastest dispel for a while I have seen. Charles could not wait to get that dispel resolved.
I'm pretty sure I've seen gunslingers fire slower than he has there.
Yeah. No, he definitely wants to get that into play, and it'll be interesting to see what he searches up. So he's got 1 removal spell. It looks like he's going for a value gifts. He's gonna. Oh no.
I think he's gonna go for 4 removal spells.
With the Liliana being another one.
Yeah.
He has a land in hand as well, so Liliana is a removal spell.
Exactly.
And we know Eduardo hand is Cryptic Command.
Yep. So, you know, any card really here is going to be pretty good for. So, So the way Gifts Ungiven works is you search up for 4 cards, up to 4 cards, and target opponent chooses 1, and puts that card. So here, Gifts Ungiven. Search your library for up to 4 cards with different names and reveal them. Then target opponent chooses 2 cards, and puts them in the graveyard, and the rest go into your hand. So Charles has Life from the Loam, and he has a Ghost Quarter. So he can get rid of this Desolate Lighthouse. He can get rid of this Cavern of Souls,
and he can go about the rest of his deck
exactly.
as well.
And you know, At this point, I think if I'm Eduardo, I'm giving my opponent Cavern of Souls and Liliana of the Veil.
Ghost Quarter.
Sorry, yeah, Ghost Quarter and Liliana of the Veil. You're okay with him taking out one of your lands because, you're not too bothered at this point.
And right now, very interestingly, Charles is not showing double black.
Exactly. So you put the Go for the Throat and the Murderous Cut in the graveyard, and this way you get to attack in with a Tasigur. Put Charles to 5, and then.
Well, no, because it's Charles's turn at the moment. It was actually a main phase gift zone given.
Yeah.
So he now gets to play the Liliana and.
Well, no, because he. Yes, but he doesn't have double black.
He has a Verdant Catacombs in hand, but he's going for the Go for the Throat instead. So Eduardo actually giving him the Go for the Throat and the Murderous Cut. We can see Liliana, and obviously Eduardo thinking more towards the long game, that he doesn't want his opponent having a Liliana of the Veil. So we still see that Charles has 3 cards in hand. Obviously, one of them being a removal spell. We see another Cryptic Command. And obviously didn't want him to have to go for quarter. So it'd be very interesting to see if we see a Life from the Loam activation here. And Dredge, obviously Life from the Loam, something that we see more in Legacy.
Yep.
In the lands deck.
Yep. And there's also the Assault Loam, Aggro Loam deck in Legacy that's cropped up quite recently. That's very strong.
So Life from the Loam, it was a rare sorcery from the original Ravnica.
Yep.
Life from
Just
the Loam.
laughing. Dredge 3 is instead of drawing, you can instead put the top X cards, so in this case 3, top X cards of your library into your graveyard. And if you do, then you return this card to your hand. You can do that instead of drawing a card. Whenever you can draw a card.
So
Not just any. So any draw spell will do this. I was just laughing at the fact that the 3 cards that Charles hit were land, land, land. So, Life from the Loam here, pretty good.
Never a bad set of hits for Life
No.
from the Loam.
So
here goes Quarter. Probably going to go after the Lighthouse first. I think he has to go after the Lighthouse.
yeah,
Desolate Lighthouse should probably be the first target. It's actually the one that's probably hardest to. It's the one that's going to give Eduardo the greatest chance of drawing out of this.
exactly. And if I'm Charles, if I'm Eduardo, I quite like activating the Lighthouse in response, and then potentially Cryptic Command, bounce my Lighthouse.
Yeah, I like that a lot as well. Cryptic Command,
draw a card.
getting gradually and gradually worse.
Mhm.
Because, well, it's still a very good card, so it counters anything, but it's so expensive in mana. It might make it very difficult for Eduardo to ever cast in a reasonable period of time. So Eduardo's trying to decide what mana to use. He's going to activate the Loot House in response. So he's going to draw. Well, there's an Electrolyze there, so let's get rid of that land. So Charles, he's actually going to let it go. He's going to get the basic out of his deck. So from there, because if Charles is going to waste his turn every turn Loot Housing one of his lands, Eduardo still has enough lands to play this game with.
Yep.
And it's going to take Charles a long time to take him off his land.
Yeah, Eduardo does have 4 islands and 1 mount. I believe he has 1 mountain still in his deck. 2 islands and 1 mountain still in the deck. So it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
The only thing is he might look at taking out like Cavern of Souls next turn, which is pretty good, and also the Watery Grave to get him off black.
He's only seen the Tasker now. He doesn't know there's any more black sources. See, so 3 mana.
Activate Tar Pit.
Yep. No, you're going to see an Electrolyze now. Get rid of that. Thank you very much. You get out of here. And then we can see the Tech Edge taking out the other one as well. So, what do we have here now? There doesn't seem to be a counter spell in hand. But no, 1 mana. He's going to Murderous Cut in response.
Interesting.
Doesn't draw a card.
Yes.
That's the important thing. Not sure if I like that too much. I think the Murderous Cut's far more useful going after any sort of creature that is going to do it. But obviously, getting to a point where you can do it, and we see another blue corner, another card, another sleeve destroyed by Eduardo. Let's get another one in there. Get it re-sleeved in. And see he's drawn. Oh, all looks like one of these Deceiver Exarchs, possibly. We'll have to have a look if we can. Eduardo puts his hand up again, but Charles has drawn a lot of removal spells. We'll have to see where he gets from here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I like keeping in the combo in this matchup. It's good, but as you can see, the game just goes so long that you want this late game threat. But at the same time, I don't think Eduardo has anything else to bring in. He hasn't got like the Teferi, he hasn't got anything like that. So it's incredibly difficult to
Charles a little unsure of himself. Not sure what he wants to fetch up. I like getting one of his white sources to go alongside the Godless Shrine.
Yep.
just so he has a little bit more cover. Obviously, he's gone for the overgrown tomb. Give himself double green now, so he does have double green, which is nice. Obviously, the risk of being taken off one of your colours, but he does have life from the loam as well. So we shall see if he goes for that. So no, he's going to dredge life from the loam. So 3 turned over, get that life from the loam back. And obviously, in response to this, we're going to see something happening. We're going to see 3 mana. Deceiver Exarch. Do we have a winner? It's a 3 mana. See Vendilion.
Wow. So
it was an abrupt decay in response. And obviously the trigger still resolves because it's an enter the battlefield's trigger. It's not any of this survives. We see 3 lands and the life from the loam as well. So he's going to put life to the loam on the bottom.
Yep.
Thanks very much. Very nice play there by Eduardo. Waiting for the last moment to get Bob in some lands. And well, Charles are cooking on empty at the moment.
Yeah.
His cryptic commands looking very good.
Exactly.
And so's the tech edge. Tech edge to take out the creeping tar pit. Be interesting to see. I think Charles plays one of the lands he already knows. Doesn't give any free information away. So he's going to fire up the creeping tar pit. Eduardo's still 13. He could just say sure, I'll take the damage. But no, he's going to tech edge it now. Let's get that out of here. So Misty Rainforest and a passing hot for the turn. I like that. Getting rid of the life from the loam. We're starting to get to a point where it'll be a very useful card to have. We see a land drawn, unfortunately, for Eduardo. Passing the turn back. Cryptic Command still in hand. Charles down to 7. Not 6. 7 and 6 are very different numbers in these matchups.
Yeah, you know, Charles isn't dead to Bolt, Snapcaster Bolt at 7. However,
he's not doing anything. There's no real pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it does allow potentially Eduardo to get to a point where he bolts end of turn, plays Snapcaster, bolts again, and attacks with Snapcaster.
See a Liliana of the Veil.
That's a good one.
Well,
but
that's a threat that's going to get cryptic.
It is.
Guarantee that one. So thank you. I'll have my cryptic command. And I'll draw a card. I think Eduardo might have to do this. This card is just continual threat. So yeah, see cryptic command. He's going to not tell that. He's going to do this. Cryptic command. Tap your team. Draw a card. Draws into a Serum Vision.
Counter, not tap.
Counter. Sorry. Counter. Draw a card. I'm getting used to what I normally do with cryptic command, which is counter, which is tap your team, draw a card. Yep. But drawing into Serum Visions as well, a very important card to get at this point. Serum Vision, very good card. Draw for the turn. Found out another Serum Visions.
That's good. Set up the next few draws.
So next one, let's see. So Serum Visions, that one's in. So we draw.
A land.
Rainforest, so
can't see those.
He has an island in hand as well, so he can play another island and get another look with another Serum Vision. So we're going to put one top, one on the bottom. So he likes one of them.
Draw again.
Cast the other one, and yep, we're going for the second one. Serum Visions into Serum Visions, drawing a Remand as well. So that's a good draw.
Now,
Ramond's still not his best though.
No, at this point, Eduardo.
See another Serum Visions and a Dispel.
At this point, Eduardo needs some. Eduardo actually just needs some burn. You know, he needs something basically. Unfortunately he hasn't really got anything, and you know that's probably how he's just going to lose this game.
Put it back in his box. So Gibson given very timely draw there for Charles. And right now, he's got to be fairly sure there's nothing on the other side of the table. He might as well get this going now. And if he has a land into a Grave Titan, if that Grave Titan's still in his deck, this could be a very good opportunity to get that out.
Yeah, I think if you're Eduardo, you just have to Remand this.
And there is a Serum Visions on top as well.
Exactly.
And then he gets to draw into his Dispel, which is very good as well. So it'd be interesting to see if Charles has a land, does he go for it again? Or does he let Charles have another look? Because he knows he went top.
No,
There was a Dispel waiting, so no, Dark Slick Shore, so this Dispel is going to be very good now. So we're going to see Serum Visions off the top. So, Serum Visions, draw into there's a blue card. I'm hoping that
I think it was a Snapcaster Mage.
That's a very good draw if it is.
It is, yeah.
Because that provides at least 2 points of damage.
Exactly. And it's uncounterable.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, draw for the turn. Dispel going to do some work. Eduardo's managed to work his way quite a lot back into this game.
Yep.
Very impressive. We see the Dispel. And yep, that counters that one. Liliana of the Veil.
Ah, it was a second Dispel.
So he's going to discard. Yep, so we see a discard of a Misty Rainforest. Untap. Draw for the turn. What do we find? We found a copy of Remand. So you go. And Liliana are going to start going to town now.
Yep.
This game was swinging to one, then back to the other, and it
Yep.
swung back to Eduardo. It feels like it's starting to swing back to Charles a little bit. We see
Oof.
life from the loam. He refound it. See 2 mana. Ramon's going to get some use.
Yep.
He might as well. It's going to be not getting any better. So we see Ramon. So we've got draw a card. We find a red spell this time. It's a
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon.
Wow.
Unfortunately, well,
Probably not good
Leon's
enough.
already in. See a life from the loam. See Tectonic Edge, and well, at least he has to cast the Blood Moon.
Yep.
And well, we'll see what happens. He's taking back some more spells, which are soon going to be very soon mountains.
Exactly.
Well, Liliana's going to do some good work. Liliana has this wonderful ability of sharpness. Oh, so he can do both this turn. And I like doing well. We'll have to see. I think you start with the Electrolyze.
See what you draw.
Yep. And he's going to go for the Blood Moon first. See from there. So. His opponent actually has a Fenrir basics. He has his island.
He has an island and a forest. Yep.
And I believe he has a swamp as well. So he's got all his basics. So we're going to see the electrolyze. We're going to see if Eduardo wants to go for the electrolyze. He's going to look through, see what he can find, see what's in there. I don't think you go for it because if you draw anything like, I know he's going to go for it. He's going to electrolyze, redirect to Liliana. Liliana down to 4. Draw. What do we find? We found. Oh wow. Oh dear. That was the risk.
Yeah.
We found an island on the top. That was the risk with casting the electrolyze, that you picked up your best card in the match, and then had it removed from Liliana.
Unfortunately, so yeah, and you know.
See Liliana going up again, discarding at the Ghost Quarter. Draw another land. Blood Moon late to the party. Maybe should have been kept in hand. Karanos would have been incredible. And we're going to draw. We're going to see a spell snare, and Eduardo. Oh, I think we just wait for the Liliana to ultimate now. See a duress as well. We're going to see I was going to see a spell snare hit the bin. There is a mana leak still in hand. He's going to ultimate the Liliana. We're going to put Blood Moon on its own. And you see Blood Moon and Cavern on its own, and then all the lands in the other one. And I think, well, I'm not going to lie. I'm not sure I like that. I think I would have preferred to keep the Liliana in play.
Yeah, I mean,
Gone up one more time.
I think Charles wants this this Blood Moon off the table right now.
Yeah.
You know, he realizes that the only way he's really losing is Blood Moon.
I'm not so sure. I think he was going to win with the Liliana. I mean, if I was Eduardo, I might be considering sacrificing that Blood Moon.
No, I think if you're Eduardo, you keep it. Reason being that you've lost both your Karanos. How do you win this? Bolt, 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 bolt. Ah, now you lose.
Now we found a Thragtusk. That's a good one.
Yes.
Puts Charles up all the way up to 12. Draw for the turn. Have we found anything? Oh, found another Blood Moon.
Excellent.
One's not
One in
enough.
time. So, turns out it would have been okay to sacrifice the Blood Moon.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing, and we see Thragtusk in. Let's see Tusk of the Golden Fang as a follow-up.
And I
Dead
think
next turn. So let's see, what does Eduardo find? 12 life's a lot. This will soon be on to game number 3. Well, quite a turnaround actually. Eduardo was almost there, and we see a 1. That is 1-1. We should go to game number 3. So Eduardo's going to have a quick look at what he had around and realise he wasn't far away.
Are they shuffling up for game 3? Or are they sideboarding? He's sideboarding. So we're just going to go check what's going on. Has time been called on that?
Yeah, they had the experiments. That's it. It's 1-1. Pardon? It's 1-1. Time was called.
Right, so time had been called, and it was 1-1. So both of them entering the 3-0-2 bracket. Sorry, yes, the 3-0-2 bracket. They both now have 2 draws. They are both.
Did they already
on-
have a draw?
Yes, they are
Okay.
both now on 11 points.
So unfortunately for Eduardo, he was trying to play out for the draw, and unfortunately Thragtusk meant that, well, didn't quite happen.
Yeah. So there you have it.
Round number 5 completed.
Round number 5 completed.
Long
We'll be
game.
back with.
Good game.
Yes.
We'll just bring it back to the booth quickly. Let's bring it away from the players. Eduardo, obviously, probably not the happiest person in the world with the way that finished, but again,
No.
you can't do much about it. His opponent decided he wanted the draw and wouldn't concede at the end of it. But they weren't going to play a third game. There's only about a minute left on the round. So that concludes round number 5. We're going to go take a quick break, go and get a glass of water, and we'll be back for round number 6 very soon
Does
of
come off
modern
to 5.
action. Well, you say that. No one can prove it to me. But round number 5 of action completed. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you'll join us for round number 6 very shortly. John Partridge, Shay Holland, signing off from this round. welcome back to round number 6 coverage of the modern GPT. This isn't the second round we've had a chance to actually do. The top 8 took a bit longer than expected.
Yep.
We changed it around a bit. We did both semi-finals, but we've got something a little bit spicy.
We do.
A little bit faster. No Splinter Twin this time.
Nope.
Instead, what we have is one man on Infect.
Yep.
One man on Naya Burn. Already done. So we'll send it down to the feature match area. Join our players down there. We'll give them the go-ahead.
So
Joseph on the right on Naya Burn. Sam on the left on Infect.
this is Joseph's first modern event.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh no. Why did you put him on? It seems a bit harsh.
He has borrowed the deck today
Okay.
from a friend, and he said to warn the viewers at home that this is his first modern event.
Wow.
So it'll be an
Ooh,
interesting
mercy
one.
in the commentary booth.
So,
I'm
as
sure he'll do fantastically well. We'll just give them the go-ahead. So, given the go-ahead, opening. Let's have a look at their opening hands. So, Sam, obviously on the play, not happy with his
no,
going
not
back
at
to the
all.
drawing board.
And Joseph is
Look, well, there's at least one shard volley in hand, which is that's 3 damage.
that's 3 damage.
Only another 17 to go.
And you know, Infect does a lot of damage to itself. Mutagenic growth, Apostle's Blessing, fetches, shocks. You know, all of this adds up. And Gataxian Probe.
And that's one of the defining factors of modern. The burn deck actually probably only has to do about 15 points of damage
Exactly.
after the opponent's,
And
which is why they struggle sometimes against decks like Merfolk
Where
or Tron,
yes,
where they do 0 damage to themselves.
exactly. Sam going down to 5, unfortunately.
Wow.
I mean, you know, there's the chance that Sam just goes turn 1, Gataxian Probe to draw a card, sees the handful of burn, and just goes, oh,
We're done here.
land, Glistener Elf, go, and hope for the best.
Hopefully your opponent doesn't kill the Glistener Elf. And that's the thing, Joseph has access to things like Searing Blaze.
Yep.
Which is obviously a red for for those who we'll do the decent thing. Pull it up. We have access to these things on stream.
We do.
We're having fun. We're able to search up cards and put them on camera, and it's been really enjoyable so far.
So, Searing Blaze is very similar to Draconic Roar, a card we saw earlier. So red, instant, deals 1 damage to target creature and player, or sorry, to target creature, target player, and 1 damage to target creature that player controls. So you have to control a creature that doesn't have hexproof for Searing Blaze to be able to target
That is true.
2 damage.
You have to have a legal target.
Yes. Landfall. If a land has entered the battlefield this turn, under your control this turn, it deals 3 damage to that player and 3 damage to that creature instead. So, Joseph's started with a Windswept Heath. That's very unconventional for a burn deck.
Do you think your opponent even knows
So
what he's playing?
I think Sam is looking at. He's sat there thinking, "Oh yes, my opponent's on junk. You know, I can. You know, this is a good matchup."
I can't spell.
Ten.
Oh, T
No, Glistener.
Tener.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you can spell because I'm rubbish at this today, and obviously on the other side of the table
I'll
we see the
scream
turn one.
I'll
See the
scream a
turn one
magic card.
glisten off. Now, maybe Sam not so happy to see the
No,
the
he might think
turn
that
to Fetchland.
he
into
might
a
think
Sacred Foundry.
he might think that maybe Joseph, is on something like Naya Blitz, Naya Aggro or something along those lines. But we will see. And just making sure that the players are using the tablet for the life totals. So activate, crack the fetch, search up a mountain, maybe? Yep.
Almost feel like we should bring that score pad in here and see how we go ourselves, keeping track of life totals.
I know.
No, they have been informed that they do need to keep a track of their own life totals on that pad on our. We've got like an iPad type thing which is there, so hopefully they will remember. Otherwise, we're going to be doing a lot of walking in this room, making sure they're keeping up. So we see Eidolon of the Great Revel.
This card is amazing in this matchup. So all of Sam's pump spells deal cost 3 or less mana, other than if he's running it the Become Immense, which means that Eidolon of the Great Revel will be almost certainly doing a lot of damage to Sam. Joseph's life total largely irrelevant in this matchup as well.
Obviously, with Infect trying to kill through Infect damage, that's important. But one of the interesting things, no, there doesn't seem to be a pump spell in Sam's hand. He seems to have 2 copies of Apostle's Blessing. Obviously, fantastic protection spell.
Yes.
Not doing a lot. I think there's at least a Breeding Pool and Underland in hand, and he's just not really able to get there. So we see another Mountain. We're going to see Goblin Guard, and we're going to see the beatdown coming from the red deck.
It
so
looks like 2
damage. Down to
it looks
15.
like Sam is going to try and just nickel and dime Joseph out of this. You know, activate this Ink Moth, hit with the Ink Moth, activate the Ink Moth, hit with the Ink Moth. You know, the just constant 1 damage.
Oh, well,
1 damage. Ooh,
there's 1 pump spell.
there's 1 pump spell.
That's good. We found 1. That's 5 points of poison.
That is 5 points of poison. And you can see how this burn deck, this infect deck stacks up quite quickly.
Yeah, it does not take long. Sam all the way down to 15 at the moment after the use of his Windswept Teeth to fetch up a forest.
Oh.
We see another Eidolon of the Great Rebel.
Wow. So
Well, that tells me something. There's 4 damage for every spell less than converted mana cost.
3 or
Converted
less.
mana cost 3 or less.
So
And that Might of Volcrosa is 4 points of damage. And a very good draw here from Joseph. You were saying it was his first modern event.
yes.
As long as he keeps drawing like this, I'm sure it won't be his last modern event either.
No, certainly not. And you know, he is he's in a very commanding position right now. You know,
Well, yes.
his life total doesn't matter.
Well, he has 6 points of power in play,
Exactly.
and that's a lot of damage.
Exactly. And it's going to take at least 2 burn spells to kill Sam. Pump spells to kill Joseph at this point.
And that's 8 damage.
That is 8 damage.
And he's about to go nearest to 7. So, in with everything. Reveal another Apostle's Blessing. Probably not going to need that one. That's
Probably
number
not.
3.
No,
There's 2 in hand.
there are.
1 on the top. That does not give you any bonus. It just says target creature gains protection from target colour. Or
So-
artifact, in fact. So we see a Stomping Ground into play tap. That's something you don't normally see with the burn decks. Play my Stomping Ground tapped. In fact, both his dual lands have come into play tapped. And you can see there, a house full of not a lot of help. And, well, Sam's had enough.
Yep.
Picks up his cards, and we are on to game number 2. Now, I'm going to go see if I can locate these deck lists for
Excellent.
our 2 players.
That might be helpful. So we're just going to get those and we will see what they have to offer. So I expect Sam will have some way to deal with Eidolons, hopefully. Otherwise this could be a short game. So just waiting for the deck lists to come back. And
Which one do you want? I found the deck lists.
burn.
You want burn?
Always
burn. Burn. So, sideboards. Well, the nice thing about playing blue is you get access to Dispel. And they are included here. So we have 1 Dryad Arbor, 3 Nature's Claim, 3 Dispel, 2 Wild Defiance, a Dismember, 2 Carrion Call, a Spell Sky, a Swan Song, and a Twisted Image. So, one of the big things about the playing blue is you get access to the Dispel, and they're important against burn.
Yep, very. Most of the burn spells are instant speed. And, you know,
Right.
That's sort of how they tend to win the game.
Yeah, and some of the other spells not as important. Obviously, Carrion Call, 4 mana instant with 2/1/1 green insects with infect on the battlefield. I don't think that's going to be enough.
No, that card's more there for the control matchups, stuff like your twin and stuff like that. You know, end of turn, you get to basically flash in 2/1/1s.
However, your man seems to have a bit more stuff, because I'm thinking we've just got a
Dispels.
spell scope
And dispels.
and Wild Defiance. Maybe not. Makes it very difficult to kill the creatures.
True.
So I mean, it's probably better than the Distortion Strikes are probably not as good. The Apostle's Blessings, probably not all 4 of them, so you've got a couple of things there. Also, the Taxian Probe, probably not for this matchup either. Knowing your opponent has Burn in hand is not going to help you kill them.
No.
There's no real hidden information, you just go for it, you can probably get
Exactly.
there with it. So we obviously bring in the 3 Dispels, trying to stop the Burn spells is obviously very important. However, for your man, what does he have? Or do you want me to put it straight up on camera?
Well, I'll go through. So he has 3 Destructive Revelry, 3 Leyline of Sanctity, 2 copies of Molten Rain, 2 copies of Relic of Progenitors, 3 copies of Path to Exile, 2 copies of a card that I think is going to come in.
Okay.
It is extremely good in this matchup.
Really?
If you'd like to show.
How does this work?
Deflecting Palm. So, Sam sits there and he goes, "Oh yes, there's an Eidolon out, but I have enough pump spells that I can pump my guy to a 10 power or 12 power, give it protection from red, and attack." And all of a sudden, Joseph is looking at a 10 power guy swinging at him
It's Infect.
with Infect.
But it's Infect, so tell me how this works.
So, Deflecting Palm. The next time, a source of your choice will deal damage. Now, this is a different one. It's a source of your choice. It doesn't target, so it gets around any protection spells.
Okay.
The next time it will deal damage, prevent all of that damage. And if that damage is prevented this way, Deflecting Palm deals that much damage to the source's controller. So, a 10 power guy attacks in,
Even though he's Infect.
even though he's Infect, and you prevent all of the damage. You take nothing.
Okay.
But then, Deflecting Palm goes, "Ha, no, you instead take the damage." So it basically reverses the damage back, and it will...
But it deals 10 damage, not 10 Infect.
Correct.
Okay.
The Deflecting Palm deals the damage, not the Infect creature.
Okay.
Infect is whenever this creature deals damage, it deals it in poison counters or with a...
And I'm going to be honest, my friend, he already has one in hand.
Oh, excellent.
So we have the turn 1 Noble Hierarch. Good start for the Infect deck, another good place to go. It'll be interesting to see if there's he has 2 Deflecting Palms in hand.
He's
already.
also got 2 Paths to Exiles.
So basically, Joe's going to try and like 2-shot his opponent with no burn spells in this matchup, which it seems like an interesting way to go. And Path to Exile forms a very interesting part of this as well. Path to Exile, a 1 mana answer. It doesn't have any burn spells, so it doesn't really matter how much power is on the Noble Hierarchs or on the poison creature, because well, the Infect creature is going to die because it's Path to Exile.
Exactly.
And this is probably the, I'm going to say, defining removal spell alongside Lightning Bolt. And Path to Exile has, basically if you're playing white, you have to have a very good reason not to be playing the 1 mana instant.
Exactly.
Exile target creature, its controller may search his or her library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle his or her library. Now sometimes the mana is a thing. Path to Exile is not a very good turn 1 removal spell.
No.
Against Infect, sure, it's not as bad, but against a lot of decks you don't want to give them the extra basic. But late in the game when you don't mind about the mana advantage isn't so bad, well, Path to Exile is fantastic. And getting rid of Noble Hierarch, maybe a bit hasty from Joe, but
He's doing it in Sam's upkeep.
you've got to get rid of it.
You've got to get rid of it. It does add power to their attackers. And like I said, in his upkeep. So the basic land comes into play tapped. It doesn't benefit Sam at all this turn. That's quite relevant. Sam getting 2 mana this turn instead of 3. Next turn he'll be able to untap with 4 mana, but for now he only untaps with 2.
Yeah, he untaps with 1, and then he
Well,
has something else to play
yeah.
instead. Well, we'll have to see if it was done in the upkeep. It would be very good if it was.
It was, because
So
these
he
forest
draws
was
for the-
untapped.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
he draws for the turn. We see a Mighty Volcrosa with a draw for the turn. Obviously, Mighty Volcrosa is 1 green, +2/+2. If you put it in your main phase, it's +4/+4. And that's 5 poison on a 1/1 creature straight away.
That
That's
is.
half your total.
So
So I do hope Joe has something to be doing.
Sam here with a second land. Unfortunately, he's debating whether or not he comes into play tapped or not.
I think you play on tap. Your life total is
Your life total's
almost
largely
irrelevant.
Yeah, I think.
No,
Oh, he's gone for it. Okay.
Interesting.
So
He's also had this spell. That is a huge draw if he has a blue source.
Yep.
That's a very big draw if there's a blue source in hand, and that's going to be interesting. In fact, we're going to see
Oh,
a Wild
Wild
Defiance,
Defiance.
even better. That card is very difficult for the red deck to win, and also Pendelhaven. He's going to have to find a blue mana to make the most of that dispel, and I like the slightly more conservative route that Sam's taken in this matchup. He's seen he now has a dispel, he has a Wild Defiance, and those burn spells are going to help him out hugely.
Yeah.
Because for those of you who don't know, Wild Defiance. If it comes up, and a card that's very good, has been very good for against the red deck. So Wild Defiance, turn a green enchantment. Whenever a creature you control becomes an instant, a target or sorcery spell, that creature gets +3/+3. Now it says target. This does not help you if your opponent anger of the gods your board,
Correct.
but it certainly helps if they try to lightning bolt it.
Correct.
Because the guys are 4/4 when you're on
So-
and stuff. So we see activate of the Inkmoth Nexus, activate the Pendelhaven, and a very interesting land. It finds its way into a lot of different decks around with elves and also with this infect deck. If I can work out how to spell it, it'll be as well.
There you go.
There we go, got it right this time.
So
A time shifted card, Pendelhaven, add a green to your mana pool, or tap, target 1/1 creature gets +1/+2 till end of turn. So, to infect. Path to exile the second copy, dealing with the Inkmoth Nexus. Now, one of the interesting things about this infect deck is that. I know where we put it. That's the last match. Up here. So, one of the interesting things with this deck is there are 0 copies of Basic Island. He has all his basics in play now, and he also has an Eidolon of the Great Revel in hand for Joseph. And that might be coming back to hurt Sam a little bit, that he doesn't have a way of getting a basic island into play to have access to that dispel. And
unfortunately, I mean, yeah, it looks like Sam doesn't really have anything without any blue mana. Oh, and he's got another.
that's a very good draw.
That is, but Sam's at 2. Joseph, sorry, is at 2 poison. He got attacked.
Passed
Did he get passed? Sure. So, even so, Sam actually has lethal.
Yeah, he does. Apart from the 2 deflecting palms.
Apart from the 2 deflecting palms. So,
And that's going to be a blowout. So we see Nature's Claim targeting the Eidolon. Again, life totals don't really matter.
as long as Sam remembers to gain the life.
We'll have to see if Joe remembered the trigger. So it seems that the trigger was remembered, so Sam will be down to 18. On the great level, Eidolon of the Great Revel, certainly a very powerful card. We see Joseph going up to 21, Sam will be making his way down to 18. And he's going to untap, draw for the turn. Has he found...
I don't think he's got blue mana.
Because if he finds a blue mana, then the deflecting palm... If he finds blue mana, then the deflecting palm is a lot weaker. But we see an activate of the Inkmoth Nexus.
And I think he's just going to go for the Alpha Strike here.
This is going to be painful. So we see Pendelhaven. Makes it a 2/3. Is he going to go for the Might of Volcrosa?
I think you have to.
Might of Volcrosa. That is no way.
10
6.
No, it's...
Oh, wow.
It's 6. Plus
7,
3,
8, 9.
9.
So it's 9. So it's 9 power.
9 power.
Just showing the interaction. Oh, we've got a judge call. He just wants to. We've actually got a judge call. Now, what I'm fairly sure Joseph is about to ask is, does this deflecting palm work how I want it to?
Unfortunately, he can't ask that question. What I also think the question maybe is, if I target this in response to the Wild Defiance, does he get another trigger?
No.
And he does.
Does he?
He
But
does.
there's no. But it's but it's source. It doesn't target the creature.
No, not the deflecting palm. Like a lightning bolt, for instance.
Oh, sure. Oh.
In response to the
Oh,
Might
wow.
of Volcrosa.
Oh,
That
wow.
might be what he's asking.
Oh, so
'Cause
he's
he-
one,
he might be
one,
wondering.
one shot KO.
No. He might be wondering if he can use the Searing Blaze that he's drawn to kill the...
Unfortunately, that's not how it's going to work, and that will get +3/+3. And unfortunately, Joseph will be killing himself if he decides to do that, rather than holding up the deflecting palm, and in 2 turns removing his opponent's life total. Now, just wait for him to attack.
yeah. So
Yeah.
he's doing it a bit
You know,
hasty, yeah.
that's a bit. That's not going to work how you want it to. Okay, so sure, that resolves, and your opponent doesn't attack. Oh, so... Okay, so Sam did attack.
Yep.
And then was deflecting palmed. So he goes attack with this creature. He didn't tap it, but he should have done so. Sam down to 8. Unfortunately, it's going to be the same story next turn.
Oh, sorry, down to
Palm.
9.
Down to 9. Deflecting Palm, a very interesting card.
Yeah.
However, Joseph also has this time of going, bolt your guy, make it bigger, then get it.
But he doesn't even need to. He can just suspend this Rift Bolt, pass the turn.
I think he might have 9 points of damage in hand.
I think he does.
Oh no, because his Rift Bolt costs 3. Well, he's got 2.
Yeah, it costs
he's
1.
by 3 Lightning Bolt. Oh no, it's the Searing Blaze is the other one. Yeah, but he has to suspend for a turn.
Yeah.
So
he's got 2. He's got 7 points max.
So he's going to go suspend this Rift Bolt.
Pass the turn.
Say go.
Hold up Deflecting Palm.
However, hope his opponent doesn't draw a green source.
Yep.
A blue source. And no, there's another Might Evolve Closer off the top. And
Do you think he's going to go for it again?
yeah, well, I think he has to, if I'm truly honest. So we're going to see Might Evolve Crozer. This time not using the Pendelhaven. Yep, that's fine. Joseph, let that one resolve.
Let that resolve.
Have this.
Let him attack.
There we go.
We'll crack this.
Crack this. Show him the Deflecting Palm.
Go for the Sacred Foundry. There it is, untapped.
Well, this is only for 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So it's to 1 life with a Rift Bolt on
and then the
suspend.
Rift Bolt on the stack.
And
on suspend.
oh dear. And Joseph's just going to check how big that is, and going to show him the second Deflecting Palm, and well, that's all she wrote, and that's down to 1. I don't think Sam saw that one coming.
No, not at all. And there we go.
Shake of the hand, and well, ladies and gentlemen at home, even I didn't expect that.
That's how you use a Deflecting Palm.
Jack Doyle joining in behind us.
Deflecting
not
Palm,
impressed with
Deflecting
the double
Palm
Deflecting
is
Palm.
also in the sideboard for Grishol brand.
Really? You can't cast it?
When they make the Grizzle brand and they attack you, you Deflecting Palm the damage back at their face and they gain nothing. You take nothing and they gain nothing.
The value is intense.
Pretty good when they're at 5 life. And they need that 7 life.
Well, unless you want to be on camera, Jack.
No, come on, Jack. Stay in.
Jack doesn't want to be on camera. Oh, so Jack Doyle leaving us, unfortunately, to go back to scorekeeping.
Yes.
Less enjoyable than our job here commentating.
That was exactly how I thought that game would go.
Very entertaining.
It was.
I feel very sorry for Sam.
Yes.
Time in the limelight, and he got double Deflecting Palmed. Not something that a lot of people can say. It's something different that most people won't be able to write home about. But Nia Burn showing its very versatility. It was able to kill very quickly. Eidolon the Great Revel showing its actual power against in Modern. And bearing in mind, Modern more than Standard. Modern revolves a lot more around cheap creatures, Tarmogoyf, Snapcaster Mage, and cheap spells. Lightning Bolt, Path to Exile, they're all cheap spells, and they all cost less than 3.
Exactly.
So Eidolon the Great Revel will do 2 damage for each spell you do. Even if it dies, it still shocks your opponent, and that's the important thing. And sometimes it gets to attack for 2.
Yep.
So it can do 4 damage for 2 mana, and sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes it's that 4 damage spell for 2 mana. So congratulations to Joseph. He marches on to 5 and 1.
Yep.
Commiserations to Sam. He goes to 4 and 2. However, he might not be dead.
No.
We don't know how many players are in. We don't know who's going to get in. We could have an X and 2 get in, but I think Joseph's in a position where he might be able to ID into the top 8 from here. X1 won 7 rounds. There's about 80 players. Not exactly sure on the numbers and how it breaks down, but they should be able to ID in at X1 and 1.
There's also 2 people who are on XO2.
Oh.
Eduardo and
last round,
Chris.
So the last round we brought you, the people in there were XO1.
Yep.
And now they're XO2. And then this round is X11. We've now got an X1 and an X2. So it'll be very interesting to see how it all plays out.
Yep.
We do have one more round of Swiss, which we're going to bring you in a bit. We're going to take a short break.
Yep.
We're going to go get a drink. This man needs to go get food because he hasn't actually eaten for a while.
All day.
And he's moaning at me a lot now because I haven't let him go for food. And we'll be back for round number 7 very shortly of coverage here from GPT Lyon for Modern format. And something a bit different from what we had yesterday. We had 8 rounds of Standard. We're now going to have round 7, quarter-final, semi-final, and the final.
Yep.
To see who's the winner of this GPT here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel in Kensington. Thank you very much for watching. John Patrick Holland. We will see you again shortly. Mr. Alatombe.
I am playing, by the way. If you want to
You are?
watch me. Yeah, I'm not IDing. Go play.
Shit, get him on camera. Can we get the law on camera? So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once more to the GPT for GP Lyon here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel, hosted by Darksphere Magic. And, well, we're on to round number 7, the very final round of Swiss coverage for the GPT. Two very interesting decks have made their way into the feature match area.
Yes.
One on 4-1-1, one on 4-2. Both players we've worked out, it doesn't matter, have a chance of making top 8. They are
Yes.
fighting over about 8th place in the standings.
They are. I think they're fighting exactly over 8th place.
Okay, so the players are Sawyer Adler and Lyon
Katasinov.
We'll go with that. I do apologise if he ever looks back on this and I completely butchered his name. I do apologise for that. Now, two very interesting decks.
Yes.
On one side, we have a deck name referred to as Ashy Twin.
Why
It's
is it called
a
Ashy Twin?
Grixis Splinter Twin deck, which sounds reasonably normal. We've got the usual removal spell. We've got Colligan's Commands.
Yep.
Black Mana, we have Deceiver, Exile, Pestamite, and Splinter Twin. The interesting thing with this deck, there's a lot of one-offs. We have one Murderous Cut. We have one Spell Pierce. We have a Twisted Image.
Okay.
We have a Dispel, 2 Mana Leaks.
Excellent.
But the fascinating thing about this deck,
Yep.
we have one Jace.
We have
I'm
one
leaving
Jace.
the 4 copies
Jace.
of this card because I can't quite believe I'm going to be saying this. This gentleman is playing 4 copies of Ashiok Nightmare Weaver.
In the main.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at his sideboard yet. There are 4 copies of Ashiok Nightmare Weaver to complement the black spells in his deck. He has 1 Electrolyze, 1 Colligan's Command, 2 Go for the Throat, 4 Lightning Bolt, Twisted Image, Lightning Bolt, Murderous Cut, then we have Serum Visions, Spell Pierce, and of course the Splinter Twin. Now, normally I'd be very uninterested in this matchup because, well, to be fair, Splinter Twin, and as far as I've always been aware, Splinter Twin, it's never going to be an interesting match. Actually, this one might be different because what is he playing against?
He's playing against. It's been coined. The name of it is Grisholbrand.
Oh, no.
So it's using.
my life is
it's
being ruined.
It's
one
Goryo's
card at a
Vengeance. So we'll get that card on stream. But Goryo's Vengeance basically gets back a legendary creature from your graveyard, gives it haste, and you have to exile it in your own step. And it's an instant speed. So you know your whole game plan is to get back something like a Grizzlebrand. Draw loads of cards. You use Nourishing Shoal to gain loads of life, so you can keep drawing cards. And then you eventually get to a point where you can somehow, and you have different ways. You have either Goryo's Vengeance or Through the Breach. You want to get in your Barbaric Moss. Barbaric Moss is a 7/6 from.
Ravnica.
Was it original?
Was it Ravnica?
No, it was.
Well, we'll soon find out. Let's pull it up. Let's send it down. Let's send it down.
Because he's the
better version.
He's the Stomping Ground version.
Yeah, he's not Borgriggmus Enraged. So
not Stomping Ground. Sorry, he's the Gruul.
yeah, he's the Gruul one. So let's send it down to feature match area. Players are sat down there. We'll give them the go in a moment.
Yep.
Grisholbrand, Grixis Twin. Welcome to round 7 coverage here, hosted by Darksphere of the GPT for GP Lyon. We'll give them the go ahead and we'll be soon off. So one of the defining features of this match is, well, both decks are trying to be as uninteractive as physically possible.
Yes.
One of them is trying to put a Grizzlebrand into play and kill them in one go through drawing many cards using Nourishing Shoal and Worldspine Worm to gain the life to go through his entire deck. And then using some Spirion Spirit Guides and other things to be able to put a Bald Maurice in play. The other deck, well, we know what Splinter Twin is all about. Deceiver Exarch. Splinter Twin. Put it together, make infinite clerics, and go from there. So, Faithless Looting for Sawyer Adler. Turn 2 Faithless Looting, not the turn 1 that he would have preferred, obviously being on the play. He's going to discard a Through the Breach, so no Fatty, unfortunately, and that's a very brave move, and we see a Swamp follow up there for Sawyer as well. So, Turn of Serum Visions reveals a Go for the Throat off the top, so we're going to see a Sulphur Force follow up, and it does seem he has a Swamp in hand, so he does have all 3 coloured manas ready to go. He's going to have access to the Grixis colour straight away. So, Sawyer looking at his hand. Now, one of the things with the Grisholbrand deck is sometimes it's susceptible to lose more to itself than anything else. So we're going to see Tormenting Voice pitching a Desperate Ritual. So Tormenting Voice, obviously, 1 and a red. There's an additional cost to this spell. Discard a card, draw 2 cards, and Tormenting Voice. Now, Daniel's going to have a look here. Does he want to remand it? But no, he's going to draw 2. We see him pick up Goryo's Vengeance, as well as what looked like a Nourishing Shoal. And well, for those of you at home who aren't maybe so sure, we'll pull up the Arcane instant from the Kamigawa block. Goryo's Vengeance, 1 and a black, instant arcane. Return target legendary creature card from your graveyard to play. That creature gains haste. Remove it from the game. End of turn. Spliced onto arcane. For those of you who don't know, as you play an arcane spell,
Yep.
so Nourishing Shoal, Goryo's Vengeance, Through the Breach, you may reveal this card from your hand
Yep. Oh,
and pay
there
its
we go.
splice cost.
There we go.
So we see the splice cost. So if you do add this card in effect, now we see the end step here of thing. So if he does have the land and the Splinter Twin,
He
this
doesn't
game
have
he
a
doesn't
Splinter.
have it unfortunately. But he does have a Jace.
Does have a Jace.
He has 1 Jace in the deck, and Jace might be able to help him this way. So it depends if he goes for it. So we're going to go in for 1. Sawyer down to 19. Down to 19, and he's now found 1 piece of the combo, and well, he's now got to be very careful. But one of the really powerful things about this Griselbrand deck is it goes off at instant speed. Through the Breach and Goryo's Vengeance are both instant speed spells, and he could play a game where he goes, sure, you'll go. Would you like to combo, and I'll try and go off in your end step with this Splice spell, and then I'll redo it in your. And if he's got a Nourishing Shoal into a Worldspine Worm, he's able to tap the mana, splice the Goryo's Vengeance onto the Nourishing Shoal. And if it gets countered, well, he's still got the Goryo's Vengeance. He can then untap and have another go at casting Goryo's Vengeance in his turn. But fetch land down. He's probably going to end up getting Steam Vents. One of the defining factors of the format of Modern now. It's all about the Ravnica dual lands. So we'll pull up Steam Vents as an example. Steam Vents, the rare lands, each of them has its the basic type, Island Mountain, so it's a blue-red land. They're all the same for the varying colours of the green 2 and green black. They all have the same rules. As it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 life. If you don't, it comes into play tapped. Or if you do, and you shock yourself, well, it does the damage. So we're going to see a in response, and this is the power of the deck. In response, at instant speed, put this Griselbrand into play, and let's go to town on this life total. So trigger down to 12. Draw 7 cards. So we've actually set him a bit of a challenge. They're actually going to have to remember to do the life total pad as well. So he's going to draw 7. You see Borg Remus enter the hand. Land, Tormenting Voice, land, a Nice Whisper, and another land. And obviously the first card was another Faithless Looting. He's going to go again. This is all in response to the Deceiver Exarch as well, and with the trigger on the stack. So he's going to draw 1, draw 2, draw 3. There's a Simian Spirit God. Well, that's a good start. He's got another Worldspine Worm, another land, and another card, and he has a Nourishing Shoal with a Worldspine Worm, so he's able to go all the way up to 16 life, which is another 14 cards.
Exactly.
And this is how the deck operates. You've got Nourishing Shoal with this Worldspine Worm, gain 11 life. Obviously, for those at home who aren't as aware, if I can spell it, I will try and get it up.
Yep. There we go.
That's the only card with Nourishing in the name. Nourishing Shoal, green X. Instant arcane, so you can splice onto it with Goryo's Vengeance, and on the other cards, you may remove a green card with converted mana cost X in your hand from the game rather than pay Nourishing Shoal's mana cost. You gain X life.
Something to note about this card: doesn't specifically say it's any green card, so you can splice Manamorphose. Manamorphose is green and red, so you can splice that in, gain 2 life, but it allows you to start splicing stuff onto it. You can cast it with it. So
it's 2.
Here we go.
Nourishing Shoal.
Back up to 13.
He's trying to find a Manamorphose right now, because at the moment he has enough Simian Spirit Guides, and he has the Borg Remus in hand, but he also has a Faithless Looting, and he has a Goryo's Vengeance, so he can set up, play my Faithless Looting, put the Borg Remus in the graveyard, find a black mana from the Manamorphose.
He can also get a Nourishing, a Through the Breach. He has a Desperate Ritual. There's a
Through the Breach.
He just needs a Nourishing Shoal.
So he's got a Through the Breach. We've got a Simian Spirit Guide, number 1. We have Sirius Guide 2 and 3, so he actually has the mana to hardcast that Through the Breach. He does have a Manamorphose as well. The Desperate Ritual's not needed. Through the Breach.
He can't discard at instant speed, don't forget. And this is all at instant speed. He is currently going off at instant speed. Boring. Yeah. There's 2 versions, don't forget.
Borg Remus. I can't remember which one it is, so let's have a guess.
It's Enraged, I believe. Should we go back to this?
No, I'm just gonna try and spell the name. But yeah, so
there we go.
He's basically put Borg Remus in play.
Yeah, he killed him.
What I need to do is basically pull the card up. So for those of you at home who don't know what this deck does, because it's a bit of an odd one, and it's terrifying because it goes off at instant speed. It uses, basically, the way it won. It used 2 cards. It cast a Through the Breach, which is put a creature card from your hand into play. That creature gains haste, sacrifice that creature at the end of turn. He chose to put Borgmrigmus Enraged into play, which is 4 red, green, green. But you don't really ever play that, man. You put it into play through the breach. It's a 7/6 Trampler with whenever Borgmrigmus Enraged deals combat damage to a player, reveal the top 3 cards of your library, put all lands revealed this way into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. Now, that's not the important bit. The important bit is that discard a land card. Borgmrigmus Enraged deals 3 damage to target creature or player.
Yep.
Well, he's just drawn the best part of 28 cards,
Exactly.
and that's many lands.
That is a lot
And
of
each
lands.
of those lands is 3 damage, and that's what has ended that game. So in response to a Deceiver Exarch, he died. He went for an end-step Deceiver Exarch and
Cut
died.
down your swamp. In response, die.
In response, I have now combo killed you, and that's why this deck's so terrifying, and why, personally, I don't like it being in the format. And
No.
I think the reason is, it's not that the deck's too powerful. People say it does lose to itself, and I agree with them, but being able to go off at instant speed is terrifying. So, one of those interesting things. Thank you very much for that, Doyle. We did pick a feature match eventually. We didn't actually see this one, so that's there.
So we've turned slow mode off again. The reason it was on before is we had some people during the top 8 making very stupid comments at very rapid speed. So we turned it down to slow mode because people were
Yeah, they're making silly comments, trying to buzz them. So it's just like, okay, we'll get rid of it. So already going through now. So it's back on normal mode. So people have very differing opinions of Grishlebrand as a deck. Personally, I think it's not something that should. I think certain parts of it should be banned. I don't mind the Through the Breach deck that originally existed, which was the Grixis version, which had Emrakul and Grizzlebrand, because it couldn't just kill you on the spot, and it had to use a few bits and pieces to get there.
exactly.
This
yeah.
one, well, it goes on at instant speed and kills you at instant speed, not anything else. And sometimes you just find your opponent just goes, okay, I'll just put this World Spine Worm into play, attack for 15, leave 3 5/5s behind, and can you deal with these 3 5/5s? And that's one of the interesting things. And people have varying opinions of it, and so deciding that actually no, he doesn't like his hand for game 2. So looking at the sideboards, well, let's go with the Ashy Twin first. So we've got 1 copy of Nile Spellbomb, a Spellskite, a Ratchet Bomb, 3 Dispel, 1 Flash Freeze, a Negate, 2 Hercule's Recall, 2 Castigar the Golden Fang, a Counterflux, an Izzet Staticaster, and an Alivial Voldaren. The cards that stand out: Nile Spellbomb, interacting with the graveyard, 3 Dispel, all the stuff in Grishlebrand is an instant speed,
Yep.
and also the Negate as well.
Yep.
Less a fan of the Counterflux, it's a little bit too expensive, whereas the other ones are 1 and 2 mana. Much easier to keep up, much easier to do. On the side of the Grishlebrand deck,
We have 2 Pyroclasm, 1 Defense Grid, 2 Pact of Negation, 1 Beseiju who shelters all, 2 Shatterstorm, 1 Necroticus, 1 Pithing Needle, 3 Duress, and 2 Blood Moon. So the cards coming in here are probably the Defense Grid, the Pact,
The
the
Beseiju.
Beseiju, and potentially the Duress.
yeah, and Blood Moon maybe not. Blood Moon maybe for this matchup. I mean, there are a lot of basics in this Asher Twin deck. We have 4 islands, a mountain, and a swamp, so he has a lot of basics to go and
Yeah.
get.
I
And
don't think
a lot less fewer dual lands.
I don't think he wants the he really
And it's going to sound like one of the things. Actually, Ashiok's a very good card in this matchup.
yes.
And we see a turn 2 Spellskite, which is interesting that he decided to bring the Spellskite in. I'm not really sure why, because I don't think this actually. Oh, I suppose it gets to redirect certain amounts of the thrown lands, but he's going to have so many lands in hand that it probably shouldn't make a difference. But Nile Spellbomb opens up on that. That is a very good place to start, because interacting with graveyard, exiling your opponent's graveyard is a very powerful thing to be doing, especially when they're having to go off with the graveyard, is their way mainly of doing it. So only 1 land for Sora, unfortunately. He's going to discard a Tormenting Voice. He hasn't found a second land drop. We see a Negate added to the grip now. We have a Lightning Bolt in hand. We have a Negate and a Black Spell, which I'm not sure if he's in hand. We have a Duress in hand as well. So we have Duress, Lightning Bolt, and a copy of Negate. So I'm not so much a fan of the Spellskite, because I think you have to be quite aggressive in this matchup. I don't think you can just sit around and wait for your opponent to do their thing.
No, you have to put a lot of pressure on. That's where this Grishlebrand deck actually loses, is when it just doesn't have the pressure. Sorry, when it gets pressured out too early.
Mhm.
And right now,
It's not really happening.
no, Sawyer's more than happy to just sit there, draw some cards.
Got
You know,
Tormenting Voice, which is a good place to be.
exactly.
So we're going to see Knight's Whisper. 1 and a black, draw 2, lose 2. Very simple. But it's 1 and a black, so it's slightly better than Sign in Blood because it means you can cast it just off of 1 swamp rather than needing double black.
Exactly. You know, right now, Sawyer's life total is largely irrelevant. As long as he...
Yeah, so obviously he's... Yeah, so Night Whisper is a very interesting card. It's certainly a role player in the deck. Drawing extra cards, just trying to get to those people that they need to be. It's one of those things that sometimes cards like that look very bad, but sometimes it looks very good. And in this deck, it actually looks fantastically good. And we can see a Through the Breach ready in hand. We can already see another Night Whisper, a Tormenting Voice. Things we see, Tormenting Voice. What's he going to discard? He's going to discard a Through the Breach. Plenty of copies of that in the deck. That's not the main way of going off. The main way is going off through Goryo's Vengeance, but you have to have that you have to have a good number of Through the Breach. 4 of them, in fact, just to make sure that you actually find them, and there's an alternative way of putting the stuff into play as well.
Interestingly, he's decided to, you know, this Spellworm... Sorry, this Spellworm can go off at any time.
Yep.
So, Goryo's might not be the best.
No. Through the Breach seems like the way he's going to be
Exactly.
putting
So
stuff
it's
into
interesting that he's deciding to discard those now, instead of keeping them.
Yeah, so we untap from Delian, draw for the turn. We find a Deceiver Exarch. So a very good draw there.
Yep.
Able to start putting the pressure on, and also because he has the 9 spell bomb as well, it means that he's not as susceptible to just being killed on the spot. We see Worldspine Worm, the draw for the turn. One actually not too bad with the Tormenting Voice, because you can pitch it, it gets shuffled back into your library, and then you draw 2.
Exactly.
So it's not really, it is discarding a card, but you don't lose it for forever. We can see Night's Whisper in hand, we see Simian Spirit Guide, we see 2 more Through the Breach, and at the far left of his hand we see Borg Remus Enraged already there, ready to go. Just looking for the Grizzlebrand, just looking for some lands to put all of these pieces together.
Yeah, unfortunately Sawyer is stuck on land, so he can't even attempt to cast Through the Breach right now.
But hopefully this will bring him a few more cards, and Delian going on the line of, okay, you can draw some cards, and, well, let's see what you can do, and he's drawn another Worldspine Worm. Maybe 2 more Worldspine Worms. Maybe you have to end up discarding those 2 and, well, shuffling them back in due to the rules text provided from Worldspine Worm. Which, it's one of those cards that is a very interesting card in that it's a very unintuitive card. It is a 8 green creature with a 15/15 trample, and when it dies, put 3 5/5 green worm creature tokens on with trample on the battlefield. And also has, when Worldspine Worm is put into a graveyard or anywhere, shuffle it into its owner's library. It only shuffles it, it doesn't shuffle the rest of the library.
Yep.
It doesn't have the Eldrazi rules text where you're able to discard it, and it puts your entire library back in like Emrakul would. And it's an important part because sometimes you just kill your opponent with a Worldspine Worm. I've seen many games where they've just threw the breach to Worldspine Worm, and well, the game ended very swiftly after that one because it puts 15 power in. Do you 15, leave 15 power of worms behind in terms of 3 5/5s. All of them have trample as well, which is very powerful. So passing the turn, we see a Deceiver Exarch. Now, the interesting thing is he's now down below 14, so there's only one Grizzlebrand activation available to him if he so decides to go that way. But we can see a Mana Leak in hand, we can see a Lightning Bolt in hand, we can see Remand in hand as well. We see Temple of Malice. Temple's forming a very important part of this deck as well.
Yes, helping smooth out the draws, helping you get rid of stuff you don't need, find stuff you do.
Like an excess Simian Spirit Guide. That was the one that ended up at the bottom of the library. So we see a mountain in the draw for the turn. So Delian flooding out a little bit, but still in a position where he's still able to beat down. He still has the many counter spells in hand and putting himself in a position with the Nile Spellbomb as well. He's forcing his opponent to play a very weird game. So we see another Simian Spirit Guide off the top. No 5th land, but it does now mean that Through the Breach is available. And if he has a Worldspine Worm in play, we know what that can mean.
Exactly.
But fortunately for Delian, all of his counter spells lining up very, very well. Against what Sawyer's trying to do, and with multiple cheap counter spells as well, means that he's easily able to answer these threats. So he's going to pass the turn, and it might be the end, and bring it in on the end step. So we see another Lightning Bolt drawn there by Delian. He's lining up to very quickly burn Sawyer out of this game. There's 6 points of burn, so he's theoretically at 5 right now. Snapcaster Mage puts him to a lot less. So he's going to pass the turn. He's going to draw for the turn. He's deciding not to go for the Through the Breach plan yet. Maybe wanting to find a land so he doesn't have to expend these Simian Spirit Guides quite yet. We shall see. He's having a think. So Okay, so we are going to go for it. So we're going to see Simian Spirit Guide exiled, adding a red mana, totaling up to 5 mana for Through the Breach. And I think this is going to be a very quick one. Now, I'd prefer to use the Mana Leak right now, and yep, Mana Leak, just because it gets worse and worse
Yep.
and worse as the game goes on, this seems like a fantastic position to get the most out of that Mana Leak. And leave Negate in hand, because that's a hard counter to all of the spells.
Yeah, again, they're instant speed, so so Sawyer can do them in his end step, in Delian's end step, sorry. So
Well, this is a very interesting place. So we're going to see a Through the Breach spliced onto this Nourishing Shoal. And we're gonna probably don't want to let that one resolve. Can probably see Remand being used here.
probably, yeah.
Yeah, this is in the main phase, so Remand means that he won't gain any life. Delian gets to draw a card and still able to keep his mana open, and Shoyo obviously understands these interactions very well. And Mana Leak Remand seems useful now because his opponent's tapped out, not doing anything, and heaven forbid he finds a Splinter Twin.
Yeah.
Off the top and goes in. So we see a Spell Pierce as well.
Wow.
More very, very good counter spells for this matchup.
Yep.
Now, do you think he pops the Spell Bomb now, or trying to draw an extra card? But we see a Bolt going upstairs, so we're down to 8.
I don't think he needs to. I mean, at the moment he's got effectively another bolt in hand.
We see another Bolt, so that's more burn.
So
So we're at 1 life with this attack.
essentially, yeah.
So we see the attack in from the Deceiver Exarch. Oh yeah, down to 7, and not quite realising it, but there's 2 bolts aiming at his face. So we draw for the turn. We have looks like another Borgmimus in Rage was drawn. No, sorry, a Beseiju who shelters all. Very powerful, just unfortunately
A bit too late.
a bit too late. Also, Delian's got to be very careful though that he doesn't tap out. He's going to see another Lightning Bolt and another Lightning Bolt. And Steve Delian goes for Through the Breach, but it's not going to matter because the Deceiver... He's going to try and put... if he puts the Worldspine Woman to play now, it means it can block the Deceiver Exarch, and that's probably what he'll go for. But another Deceiver Exarch drawn, which means that... Actually, Through the Breach can resolve if he so wishes, because he'll just tap it down.
Yep.
But I don't think you want to run the risk. I think you just snap negate, or snap negate this... Semi-Spirit Guide, make a mana. Through the Breach, I think you just snap Spell Pierce this one. Thanks very much. Can you pay 2? No. And take 1, but we have another Nourishing Shoal. This is going to get negated, and we are on to game number 3. Very, very, very good draw there by Delian. Able to get enough counter spells. I mean, the Grishelbrand was never quite able to get there, but we saw again the power of the Grishelbrand deck. Even with that many counter spells in hand, well, almost got back in the game. A few moments might have put him in a point where he could have been there, but we'll soon find out. On to game number 3. So we're back on the play, and it feels a very important place to be able to operate a bit more freely with his mana and card draw spells without the risk of the Splinter Twin combo coming, and be able to hold up mana a lot more easily for Goryo's Vengeance at instant speed. I'll have a quick flick through. So we can see the Blood Moons are still in the sideboard, obviously. So we're deciding that Blood Moon not for this matchup, which is very interesting because normally it's quite good against these sorts of decks. But he did see a lot of basics, which obviously has meant that he is more likely to say, no, I'm going to leave these in the sideboard and go from there later. So players quickly shuffling up. Quick pile shuffle, make sure everything's separated out, and then they will be off to the races for game number 3 of this final round of Swiss before the top 8. Both players, we believe, live. You did some work and you worked it out as that, so hopefully they're both live and we haven't put one person in position where actually they weren't. But I believe they're both still live for top 8.
Yeah, it looked like the top 2 tables had to could ID. And if they did, then there were 4 slots left, with 8 people in contention for them.
Okay.
Just because we had quite a few draws.
Yeah, we saw obviously a draw first round on camera. Unfortunately, Eduardo not quite able to hold on long enough against his opponent. We found a Thragtusk, which very quickly beat down Eduardo.
And then obviously Eduardo drew the round before that, so he was 4-0-2 at the end of this round. He won, but he is obviously going into this round with probably being paired down, which means that he has to play, and If he wins, then he top 8s.
Okay, so we see Mountain from a fetch land to start the game. Feels like we're going to be having Faithless Looting, hopefully putting Grizzlebrand straight in the bin, because this could be, well, this could be a very quick game. So we see Faithless Looting, draw 1, draw 2. We see a Nourishing Shoal appear. And do we have a Grizzlebrand to get rid of?
So, a Grizzlebrand right now would be insanely good for Sawyer. He would be able to potentially go turn 2, and it doesn't look like it, no. So, no Grizzlebrand here for Sawyer. But slow mode should be turned off. There we go. Let's see if that will jog it. It was meant to be turned off. The little icon said that it was turned off, so I don't know why it would still if it was still on, why it was. So see Knight's Whisper, draw 2, lose 2. And Delian okay with that resolving. So I believe that was a copy of Grizzlebrand that Sawyer just drew. But question is, what does Delian have?
Well, Delian's going to have to find something quickly, because he's got to find some pressure, because at the moment, obviously, Sawyer's drawing a lot of cards, and, well, next turn he gets to go again, and, well, my colleague seems to be enjoying looking at his Tron deck. At least it's modern this time, rather than my Legacy deck that you're having a quick flick through. So, Sawyer draws for the turn. See a... Oh, he's got a Spell Pierce and Dispel in hand. So he can afford to start using some spells. So we're going to see Serum Visions, draw, see Remand, well, that's another counter spell, but there's no pressure still.
No.
And he isn't working at much mana. We see Serum Visions, Lightning Bolt. Actually, probably like keeping the Serum Visions, but putting the bolt on the bottom.
And I'm trying to work out, is that Blood Moon that he has in hand?
Well, we shall see. It feels bad if it is.
It does.
I don't think there's actually any Blood Moons. No, there are no copies of Blood Moon.
Okay.
In his
So
deck. So we'll have a flick through. Obviously, if he shows his hand up to the camera, it might be easier to see. But we see Spell Pierce. There is definitely a red card in there. It looks like a Splinter Twin. It's the first appearance in his hand, actually, of Splinter Twin after his fair beatdown last time round. So we're going to see Defense Grid in appearance. And that is not going to resolve, I don't think. There is a Spell Pierce at the ready, but for my benefit and for those at home who, although this hasn't resolved, let's have a look at quickly what it does. And Defense Grid, 2 mana artifact. During each player's turn, each other player's spells cost 3 more to play. Basically means that the counterspell decks really struggle to get anything going when you play this thing. Unfortunately, a Spell Pierce, probably not expecting that one, because not many decks are playing 1 mana answers to a Defense Grid, but fortunately for Lilian, he was able to answer it before it causes too much problem, because things like Deceiver Exarch cost 6 mana in your opponent's turn, and it's not very good.
I mean, things like Spell Pierce cost 4, which is still a lot.
Has to get rid of that, and we see he's able to hold up more mana now. We see another Knight's Whisper for Sawyer in hand, and he's under no pressure. Obviously, he still has to bear in mind that he can just be killed at any point by Splinter Twin combo. We see 2 Faithless Lootings appear, so that's good, because he's able to start putting things into the graveyard. But we know there is a Splinter Twin in hand, but we don't believe there's anything to pair with it yet.
No.
So we're going to see Faithless Looting. Unfortunately, none of the spells he has really answer it. And we see a Worldspine Worm and a Grizzlebrand to discard. So Grizzlebrand will go to the graveyard, and just hopefully he has Goryo's Vengeance at the ready to put it straight back into play next turn. We shall see. So he's actually going to discard another Faithless Looting. Obviously deciding, don't need any more of these, got plenty of these in hand, and got enough in the graveyard already.
So, Delian, at 4 mana, he boarded in the Counterflux.
Okay.
Interesting.
More counterspells are good counterspells, and it is counterspells, and your opponent can't do anything about it. But in these matchups, obviously, there's no real counterspell coming from Sawyer's side of the table. There's no Pyroblast, that's not legal, so there's no real red spell that he's able to use. So
I mean, he does have Pact.
he does have Pact, that is true. And Counterflux does have this fantastic way of getting around it, which is the most important thing about
I think right now all Sawyer is trying to do is get to his. He's trying to get to his Boseiju. And that's all he wants right now, is to find his Boseiju, cast Boseiju, and win. So
sounds like a very good place to be. So, Faceless losing it. And this is one of the nice things about the Grizzlebrand deck, is because it can go at instant speed, you can wait. You can let your opponent think they're in a position where you aren't going to be able to do anything, and then all of a sudden they as we saw in game 1, they die. So, for those at home, we had about 80 players initially started. There were it was just somewhere between 60 and 70 people were in this GPT. We're now down to about 59 after people had dropped out. There were a good number of people here for this one, obviously following on from the WMCQ. People either dropping out the quarterfinals, decided to go and join, or for those that were already signed up, decided to make a weekend of it, staying down in London. And obviously from there we see a Pact of Negation as well. Unfortunately,
Yep.
Counterflux does a good job of trumping
yes, unfortunately so. But interesting to note, if Sawyer pacts something.
that one. We see a Flash Freeze as well. More spells that are good
Wow.
and everything. But the problem is he still has... Oh, he's got a Snapcaster Mage, so pseudo pressure.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Scryland into play. Very swiftly to the bottom. We see Serum Fissions off the top. Another one, just drawing some extra cards.
Opting for these.
The promo art
F&M
rather
promo.
than the old one, and I'm not particularly a fan of it. I much prefer the original one just because it's the original art more than anything else.
Yeah.
You can never deny the power of the original art. And we see a Polluted Delta into play. Starting to build up his mana base. He has a Splinter Twin ready, has a lot of counter spells, and of course, Snapcaster Mage, which to be fair, next turn could be coming down as. Well, I'm going to have another go at Serum Visions.
Yeah.
And then he gets to another turn, and I'm sorry I managed to find his 5th land as well, always helps. And Nelly, you're not struggling for his land drops at the moment, and very interesting that he chose to crack his fetch land when he did. Obviously, not leaving himself at the bottom. He's passed the turn, and he's just going to bring it up, and well, we'll see if Snapcaster Mage wants to come down. There's also a Dispel been added to
Wow.
the grip. So we have Flash Freeze, Dispel, Remand.
I think. Flash freeze, counter target red or green spell.
Oh, would help if I could spell as well. There we go.
Yep.
Flash Freeze. So this is more for my benefit much as anything. 1 and a blue, instant. Counter target red or green spell, so it doesn't counter Goryo's Vengeance, but it does a good job of countering through the breach. And that's
Exactly.
the important way to go. The interesting thing to say about this deck is sometimes there is a chance of hardcasting a Grizzlebrand. I did hear someone say that they lost when their opponent hardcast a Grizzlebrand. As scary as that thought is, when one card's 8 mana.
In the WMCQ in Birmingham, there was on the top table. It was Boggles versus Grizzlebrand, and Grizzlebrand got to 8 mana, counted his mana, very quickly cracked his fetch and played Grizzlebrand and passed the turn. And his opponent was like, whoa.
Can't beat that bad boy.
Can't beat that. So
So Snapcaster Mage, Ambush Viper's Arrow. So we're going to see a Nourishing Shoal with a Worldspine Worm. It's going to be difficult to break through this, because there's a Counterflux in hand, there's a Dispel in hand, and there is a lot of other things in hand as well. Worldspine Worm is off. So back up to 25 life, gaining 11, because Nourishing Shoal says gain life equals its converted mana cost.
yes.
slowly works its way up, back up to 25 life. Obviously, Lyon deciding actually, no, it's probably not worth countering this. There's much more important things to counter than this one, and that's one of the things about the Crystal Brand deck. If it's simply just casting a Nourishing Shoal and not doing anything to it, it's probably okay to let resolve. Although 25 life's a lot, but then again, when you're playing Splinter Twin combo, 25 life's not a lot, and he's now discarding Splinter Twin. Birdie already has another one in hand ready to go.
Yep.
So the second one, the outstanding one being discarded.
Sawyer, I think, is just waiting to get that Boseiju. All he wants to do right now is play Boseiju, untap with Boseiju, and he most likely just wins on the spot.
He certainly does, and right now there's so many counter spells in Delion's hand, he just needs to find something to go with the Splinter Twin. Lightning Bolt into the grip, 23 life, probably down to 21 with the Snapcaster Mage. So down to 21. Delion, is he going to choose to discard, or is he going to cast this Lightning Bolt? I don't mind throwing the Lightning Bolt upstairs. It's going to be discarded anyway.
Exactly.
1 mana, you've still got enough for two counter spells, if not 3. So I'd be very surprised if Delion goes off in response to this. So, Through the Breach is the spell. So, Pact of Negation on the stack. This is very dangerous, this is. Oh no, he's unfortunately been countered by a Dispel, and then Dispel's going to come in and counter it there again, and he's still got so many counter spells left in hand.
Now, interesting here. Delion here is
so you see the shake of the hand, obviously. So we're realising that he can't really get there at that point. Too far behind, too many counter spells in hand.
So what happened was Sawyer pacted the
And lost to the pact.
and lost to the pact, yeah. So
Delion was like, sure, your pact resolves and then I'll counter your spell, and you died in your upkeep to the pact trigger. Not often we see players losing to their pacts.
unfortunately
But
not, no.
so many counter spells in Delion's hand. That was quite a terrifying display of how many counter spells these Splinter Twin decks can bring in the post-war games. We never got to see Ashiok. There were apparently 4 copies.
Yeah.
Never
Apparently
saw
so.
any of them, but I believe they
Didn't
would have
see
all
any.
been boarded out. And
So
congratulations to Delion, guaranteed into the top 8 now. 5-1-1. Commiserations to Sawyer. Grishelbrand doing it at the WMCQ, but not quite able to do it here. So bring it back to booth. John Partridge, Shea Holland. That concludes round 7
yes.
coverage here from the GPT for GP Lyon. Modern format, certainly something different. We obviously saw a lot of standard yesterday, so it's a bit nice to have something different. Obviously, we've had 2 Splinter Twin decks on camera, although 2 completely different builds. We've had one pure Grixis, one of them blue-red splashing black for sideboard cards, and we've had Grishelbrand, 4 colour gifts, which was very interesting then, Infect, and, well, I'm not going to call it Naya Burn, it's Deflecting Palm Burn, because that's how it managed to win game number 2.
It did.
That concludes round 7. We will, of course, be bringing you full coverage of the top 8.
Yep.
We're going to take a break. We've been at this for a very long time the last 2 days, so I think we're just going to go chill for a minute, sort of
Yes.
get another drink, and we'll then be ready for the top 8, which I'm looking forward to. Modern, quite a bit different to standard. Be very interested to see what happens. Obviously, modern's more your format.
Yep.
Standard's probably more mine.
Yep.
I like to think I can play modern. I'm just apparently not very good at it anymore.
You don't play a good deck, so that's probably why.
There's nothing wrong with Scapeshift.
There is everything
Although
wrong
speaking of
with Scape.
Scapeshift, spoiler.
No.
Bring
you're
to
not
light.
going into- no.
So for those of
It's
you
a
who don't
terrible
know,
card.
Bring to light, 3 green blue. It's a converge spell. It says 5 mana, converge. It says search your library for a card with converted mana cost equal to
Not any card. Has to be instant, sorcery, or creature.
So one of those 3. Bearing in mind, Scapeshift is a sorcery. You spend that much mana to converge and search that library for a card. Well, normally when thing 4, but if you're playing Scapeshift, you do have this ability of playing 26 lands and playing a 4th colour, normally a swamp. And then you get to do it for 4 mana, and you have 3 more copies of Scapeshift. And then after board, the other best thing, you get to find your bullets. You get to find Creeping Corrosion. You get to find Anger of the Gods. Shay's not convinced. I'm really looking forward to it because I think it might be able to work. The card looks really good. I don't think it has really a place in Standard at the moment, but I think it might have a place in Modern.
I think it has a place in Standard, and the reason is 4-color control or 5-color control.
Oh dear.
You get
I think
to
I'm
search-
just going to deflate.
You get to search up Siege Rhinos.
Okay.
Against
Why
your
not just
burn
draw
opponent,
Siege Rhinos?
you get to search. Well, you get to draw them as well, but you also get to fetch them up.
5 colour control.
We have
The
5.
mana might be good enough.
We have 5 fetches and 5
We certainly
jewels.
do.
More than enough.
I like it in Modern. I like my Scapeshift deck more than I like my Siege Rhinos. But anyways, that's something to look forward to for Rotation. Rotation is not quite here. It is only 2 weeks away. We've
It
got
is.
pre-release next weekend. I will be definitely going to. I'm probably in Milton Keynes, I imagine, as it's slightly easier to get to. Need to probably find out when they are before I do that. And then after the week after, first Friday at F&M. Just under 2 weeks' time will be the first time we can use new cards, and we'll be introduced to a new standard format.
Exactly.
Thank you very much for watching. That
Thank
concludes
you.
round number 7, and we hopefully you will join us for the top 8 very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once more. John Partridge, Shay Holland, our glorious faces looking at you once more through the medium that is the internet. And welcome to the top 8 of the GPT, for the GP Lyon here from run by Darksphere here in London. And we haven't had much chance to look too much at Modern, but two new decks that we haven't seen in the feature match area.
Yes.
On one, well, Siege Runner is good in Standard, right?
Yep.
So what is Siege Runner normally paired up well with in Standard, say? Den Protector,
Thoughtseize.
Corsair. Thoughtseize. Ah, well, there's another card that we find in Modern. Alongside Tarmogoyf, Liliana. And well, that forms one of our decks in the top 8. Yeah,
Path to Exile.
That
Removal.
That forms one of the decks in our top 8.
Removal and hand discard. That seems to be what goes well with Siege Rhino.
On one side of the table.
In Modern and Legacy in Standard.
They certainly do. On one side of the table we have the Boogeyman, Amazon Midrange. On the other side we have the Light, the One True Path. A man who has somehow made it to the top 8, playing blue-white Tron.
Yes, blue-white Tron.
Certainly something that we haven't seen for quite a while, actually. Using the Urza Tron pieces. Urza's Mine, Urza's Plant, Urza's Power Plant, and Urza's Tower. Making a lot of mana, but instead of being fueled by Khan and Chromatic Star, it is instead fueled by Gifts Ungiven.
Yes.
Elish Norn, Iona, and of course probably a one of Emrakul. We're going to get the deck list soon, but what we're going to do, we're going to set it straight down to the feature match area. Me and our players, Sophie Warrington, and George's Zotiders as well. Welcome to the top 8 quarter-final of this event. So, players just looking at their opening hands. We're not sure who was the highest seed. Obviously, we're going to get the deck lists very soon, and then from there we'll be able to proceed from there. So, both players seem to be reasonably happy with their opening hands over there. So, Sophie, obviously the highest seed on the play. We have an Overgrown Tomb. Standard, as like we say, as much as Standard has become reminiscent of all of our Scrylands, Modern, the Ravnica duels, and we see a turn 1 Noble Hierarch, so a slightly more aggressive tilt for Sophie's deck compared to some of them. Noble Hierarch, not always seen in a lot of the junk lists. It was seen from some of the other ones. We see turn 1 Tron piece into turn 1 Expedition map. And unfortunately, Shay, his Tron pieces are better than yours, because his are black borders and yours are not.
But mine are easier to search up.
Okay, so now we get to see a good look at Joya's hand, and, well, that's quite a hand to see. Remand, Thirst for Knowledge, 2 Azorius Signets and 2 lands, and Azorius Signet is a fantastic way of this deck getting ahead.
Exactly, yes, and, you know, it's a very good mana accelerator. It's extremely, extremely powerful.
So what does it do? Oh, well, actually, you know what? We'll do the decent thing. Let's pull it up, because we can. So, Azorius... I should probably learn to spell, actually.
It's without the I.
So... Actually, I'm just going to put it on. One of the systems the system doesn't automatically recognise certain cards.
Ah, it's with the I. That's a confusing.
Yeah, it doesn't recognise cards automatically, so we've got to sort of get the spelling right.
Minus the U. R-I-U-S. Signet.
Okay, so let's spell it Signet.
Excellent.
There we go. Got it right this time.
So, 2 colourless, and then colourless tap. Add a blue and a white mana to your mana pool. So, pretty good acceleration.
Yeah. And we see Sophie taking the Thirst for Knowledge. Thirst for Knowledge, an engine card of the deck. It says some very important text. Right? It's Thirst for Knowledge. Oh. And again, I really need to remember how to spell some of these cards. Thirst for Knowledge. 2 and a blue, instant. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact. Obviously, we've already seen the artifact synergy. We have 2 copies of Azorius Signet in hand already, and we see a Tarmogoyf already up at a 3/4.
Yep.
But then the Tron deck doesn't. Like, Tarmogoyf's a very unusual threat. The Tron decks don't really care about it a lot of the time, but unfortunately, because it can get a bit small and it can get a bit outclassed, and they have Path to Exile as well. And obviously, once we get later in the game, you have things like. You have things like the various pieces we have, Emrakul at the top end, and once they start cycling through the Gifts Ungiven, then it's very hard to beat. As we see, Signet out, 2 mines, so we're not quite anywhere near the Urzatron yet, but Expedition Maps allows you to find it, but the Signet can just put you so far ahead on mana, and we see an Abrupt Decay ready to go. So Abrupt Decay, and it's going to take out the Expedition Map. Good use of Abrupt Decay there. Try and pin him on the Urzatron pieces as well. So we see Iona in hand, so not a very good draw. But Thirst for Knowledge would have been a very useful thing there. So we're going to see an attack for 4 here from Sophie, and this is the way Sophie has to win. She has to be very aggressive, very early on, get in, deal the damage.
Attack for 5.
Oh, because there's now an artifact in the graveyard.
And also the High Rock trigger.
Yeah. So it's a 4/5 triggering off the Hierarchs, and we know there's still another Signet in hand. In there. So, see how George goes about coming back from this. So it'd be a very, very good start.
Yes. And, you know, typically the red-green Tron is a lot... is a bit slower than the green... Sorry, the red-green Tron is a bit faster. Ooh. Supreme Verdict.
Supreme Verdict.
That's
Fantastic
a good one.
draw there. That's a good one. One of the things as well with running Gifts Ungiven, you don't just play Unburial Rites and a card, whichever one you choose to do, whether it's Iona, Elesh Norn, or any of the Titans. You also get to run the Wrath package.
You do.
Of Supreme Verdict, Day of Judgment, and Wrath of God. And a Snapcaster Mage if you so choose to as well, depending on which way you're going around with it. So, one of those things with... so we see Lingering Souls. Again, a threat that, against some decks, is fantastic. Against Tron,
not so
can
much.
be very good, but sometimes he's just a little bit too slow. And Enjoyers at the moment is he has 4 mana available to him. Going into next, he has 5 mana available to him, and getting towards Gifts Ungiven. And once he starts cycling through the Gifts Ungiven, then it's very hard. And we see a Condescend in hand as well. Condescend, obviously X blue. For those of you who don't know, it's a spell that hasn't seen too much play as much recently.
C. Yep. SC.
Aha. Shay is correct. How are you so good at writing these cards down? So
'Cause-
Condescend, a card in hand.
Because I play a lot of Modern.
Oh, I know you do. That is true. So a card that's mainly in the Tron side and in the Tron counter spells. Condescend is a X blue counter target spell unless its controller pays X, and you get to scry 2 as well. And the scry 2 is really important. It allows you to set up for in turn. So set up right now, it could be a very useful spell to have in terms of how he has to do it. But I think Sophie's just going to pass the turn. Plenty of mana available. Enjoy is going to draw. Obviously, he missed the land drop last turn. Condescend would have been useful to be able to cast. So, see where we go from here. So he's just going to pass the turn back again. And, well, Lingering Soul's getting to work a little bit. So we see some mana being tapped. We could see some in Lyon of the Veil. So 3 mana being tapped. We're going to see a Maelstrom Pulse.
Wow.
Type of things. I think this is going to get Condescended. So we're going to see 2 mana, all remanded as well. So he's just going to double check what this does. Don't let this one resolve.
No.
This is going to hurt if it resolves. And you see the Iona in hand. We can see blue spells. I believe there's a Condescend. I might be wrong, but this seems like a good position to Condescend this spell.
Almost certainly.
So we're going to remand the Maelstrom Pulse. Good use of mana, allows him to draw cards. Remand is one of those spells that has mainly been used in the Tron decks because it's able to do to keep you going until you hit those bigger spells. And Sophie's drawn a lot of very good interactions so far in this matchup, both one Abrupt Decay and the Maelstrom Pulse being very important for the matchup.
Yep, but she's just going to crack them now, and I guess she's just going to try and do it again.
And this is where the Condescend, if he has it in hand, could be very, very good indeed.
Yes.
So we see a Plains and a Forest. Use of the Twilight Mire, enabling you to get ahead. And of course, we're speaking of big spells. One of the ones that's currently sitting in his hand, and there we see the Condescend dealing with the Maelstrom Pulse. He's going to scry 2, have a look. But one of the big spells that he currently has in his hand, Iona Shield of the Myria, one of 2 spells in the deck that the deck tries to use as lockout pieces for a lot of decks. The other one, well, the other one is another big fatty as well. Elesh Norn. Both of them very powerful in this deck. They're both able to put them into play, try and lock their opponents out the game. Aggro decks can't really beat Elesh Norn because, well, Elesh Norn says -2/-2.
Yes.
All your stuff in play. And, well, sometimes we go up to Emrakul, and hopefully when we get the deck lists over, we'll be able to tell you exactly what the big creatures are in George's deck as well. So he's able to untap. You see if the Condescend having scrolled some cards. We find an island and a pass of the turn again. He's down to 9. He's nowhere near dead. And obviously Maelstrom Pulse being in the bin. And Sophie, I believe, is down to just 1 card in hand. If George can find a way to deal with these Lingering Souls, he feels in a good position. So we see a Treetop Village as well. That's a very good draw there. Treetop Village, a fantastic spell. Yes, that's so. here. So we see another mine enter the battlefield and just another part of the turn. Obviously we're working our way towards cards like Gifts Ungiven into Elesh Norn or Iona. Obviously it'll be Elesh Norn into the bin. We see the Treetop Village activated in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See 1 mana. We're going to see a Path to Exile targeting the Treetop Village. So the other benefit of playing Blue White Tron, you have access to white.
Exactly.
And after board you get access to other cards in the best. Obviously white, as we all know, has some of the best sideboard cards.
And removal.
And removal after board
Yep.
format. And we see another Tarmogoyf. Now, see if George is able to find anything. If he's got a Gifts Ungiven now, it'd be quite a useful time to have it. So no, we see an Iona still in hand, and well, he's not that far away from casting it, but he's not close either. Nice. So draw for the turn. George keeping his hands very close to his chest. Doesn't want us to know what he's playing with yet. But
So just going to go get the deck list now, see what George has in his, what creatures he is looking to ramp into. Oh. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he currently has 8 mana, so 1 more land, and he would be able to actually cast his Iona that's in his hand. But he is at 3. So So here's a Tasiga from Sophie, and I mean, you know, it's going to be hard for this Tron deck to come back from this.
right now he needs to start looming some Emrakuls, but basically, I've just had a look at the top 8 before we give these planets out. There are at least 4 rock decks, or green, blue, black decks, and we see Iona being hard cast right now.
Unfortunately, he is on 1.
And that's not going to be
it
the
is
deal.
gonna be
That,
lethal.
it's not Elesh Norn. Elesh Norn would have been a very good card to have right then.
Yes.
He's going to pick up. Show him what he's playing. Obviously, the rest of the time, there's 1 Merfolk deck, there's 1 Amulet Bloom deck, there's the Ashy Twin deck that we saw, there's then the Blue White Tron, and then 4 rock decks.
Wow.
Sophie Zabzan, and at least 3 Jund decks. So
Very tough field for the twin.
bit of a and unfortunately he's playing against one of them. Each of the rock decks is in different matches.
Wow.
Ashy Twin playing against Tom Law and
Yep.
his Jund deck. So Tom Law was top of the Swiss.
Yep.
So he's playing against the Ashy Twin deck. Merfolk against Charles Elatambi, who's on Jund as well.
Yep.
Then we have, I'm not sure the other 2 players. We have again Jund versus Amulet Bloom. That feels quite hard for the for the Jund deck. And Amulet Bloom might be looking at this going, this feels like quite a good field for me. Like, because Tron does not interact very. Jund is not that good against. Or the Bloom deck has a reasonably good matchup for it,
Yeah.
because it just goes bigger. Primeval Titan, very quick Primeval Titan, very hard to deal with. But going back to this, you can have the Abzan deck. I've had enough of looking at greenery all day. I can only look at so much modern green decks. And we'll go to this. So the sideboard. So in the sideboard for the Tron deck, we have 4 Wall of Omens, 2 Timely Reinforcements, a Ghostly Prison, an Emrakul the Aeon's Toll. In fact, there's no Emrakul in the main. In fact, there is an Ugin the Spirit Dragon and 2 Wormcoil engines in the main. We have a Sphinx's Revelation, a Hercule's Recall, 2 Spell Pierce, and 2 copies of Negate. Now, the ones that stand out for me in this matchup, the Sphinx's Revelation, that seems like a fantastic place to go. And to be fair, the Emrakul as well. I've had a chance to play with Blue White Tron, and if you can ever start any cycle with your pieces, you can't lose with an Emrakul, because Emrakul allows you to play a Gifts Ungiven, get an Emrakul, a Sphinx's Revelation, a Gifts Ungiven, and a Thirst for Knowledge, and you just cycle your entire graveyard back in, and you just put them in a position where they're able to get. Obviously, George has been playing the deck a lot more than me. He might have different opinions, but it seems like Sphinx's Revelation is a very good place to be, and Spell Pierce or Negate, maybe Negate more than Spell Pierce. Negate seems like quite a nice card as well. The cards that are not so good in this matchup, well, Iona's not great, and Elesh Norn aren't great.
Yep.
The Wormcoils are very good. Again, the problem with the deck is Path to Exile is good against all 3 of those threats, but the card that does stand out as being good is Ugin the Spirit Dragon. Once it's down, Sophie has about 1 way of dealing with it, which is a Maelstrom Pulse. So in terms of your side of the table, and I like keeping in all of the Wrath effects, the Wrath of God, the Day of Judgment, and the Supreme Verdict all seem very, very good in this matchup. The interesting thing is there are no copies of, there's one Academy Runes, but there's no black mana in this deck. There's no Godless Shrine, so
Nope.
some Tron decks decide to sometimes run a Godless Shrine.
Yep.
Because if you ever draw your Unburial Rites, you can't ever cast it until you find a Thirst for Knowledge. So
Yep.
sometimes some decks will run a one of Godless Shrine in the deck to fit with that. And also, one of the interesting things with your deck, he's running 2 islands and 1 plains. A lot of the Tron decks recently have been moving to 1 island, 1 plains, and 1 snow-covered island, because then you can fetch them all off of your. You can
Yep.
fetch all 3 of your basics from your Gifts Ungiven. That's another thing that obviously slightly different than the Academy Runes, obviously able to have that nice synergy with the artifacts as well. And what's Sophie looking at for this matchup then?
So she has 3 copies of Fulminator Mage, 2 Leyline of the Void, 2 Dismember, 1 Creeping Corrosion, 1 Stony Silence, 1 Battle Skull, 1 Choke, 1 Damnation, 1 Solemn Visitor, 1 Zealous Persecution, and 1 Thoughtseize. So in this matchup I see the 3 Fulminators, the 1 Creeping Corrosion, the 1 Stony Silence, and the 1 Choke coming in.
Yes.
That's 6 cards, sorry. 4 Lingering Souls coming out, and possibly something like the
The Siege Rhinos don't feel like they're best in
Dromoka's
this
Command,
matchup. Yeah,
seems
Dromoka's
very
Command,
bad.
that seems like it could be one to come out.
and something like maybe
Slaughter Pact.
a Slaughter Pact, yeah.
Because if they've got to the position where they're able to play, obviously Slaughter Pact doesn't answer Wormcoil Engine.
Not effectively, no.
Obviously again, extra things back. But we shall see. Sophie again, probably haven't played this deck a lot more than we have.
Yep.
We'll probably be pointing us in the direction of where we should go to find some information about how to play this deck better than we do.
Yes.
So we see the player shuffling up for game number 2. Sophie, 1-0 to the good. See if she can make it 2-0 and march on to the next round of this top 8. So, quick shuffle up. And soon be ready to go. So we're just checking. Oh, seem to have broken a sleeve. There's been a lot of broken sleeves on this on camera today. One of those unfortunate ones. It does seem that a lot of people are breaking their sleeves, but we should soon be back away with it. Very quick change, quick service change for the sleeves, and we'll be back off and away. Interesting information there. So, quick shuffle up. Both players giving each other's deck. Then the interesting thing is there's been a lot of black sleeve decks on so the camera. We keep seeing them going out, and the camera keeps saying, "Oh, we haven't got anything on camera." But obviously, once they flip them up, we can see exactly what's in their hand. Could have been nice if they played some yellow sleeves or something like that. A bit easier to see where they are, but that's by the by. So, both players obviously happy, and we'll soon be away in game number 2 of the quarterfinals of this GPT. So, George just deciding which one he wants to lead out. So we lead out on a Hallowed Fountain. So he takes a draw for the turn. We know she's got a Treetop Village in hand. It'd be interesting if she starts her whether she goes for a discard spell. There's a Treetop Village, there's a Verdant Catacombs, there's at least one spell. And we're going to play this, we're going to crack straight away. See if we have, well, she has a lot more 1-drops than most decks.
Yes.
She has access to her Noble Hierarchs and Thoughtseize, Inquisition, and all of those as well. There is this extra Thoughtseize in the sideboard. Any considerations to bring it in to go up to 4 Thoughtseizes? In fact, actually, there are 4 Inquisitions, 3 Thoughtseizes. So is there any information to going up to the 4th copy of Thoughtseize in this match?
Potentially. I mean, you know, it's one of those cards it's quite good. It stops, I mean, it tries to stop George from finding his prom pieces, finding his, you know, making his signets and stuff. The Thoughtseize obviously gets rid of threats, big threats, but at the same time, when your opponent's running Reanimator package, then you probably don't want to be Thoughtseizing away their Ionas or their...
And one of the very interesting things, your opinion on mismatched Tron pieces.
Yes.
Because that's a mine, I believe.
That is a mine.
So,
yes.
3 of one art, 1 of another. What's your opinion on that, or is it? Can we let him off because he's playing blue-white Tron and it's a very cool deck?
So
he's made the top 8, so he's obviously a better player than we are.
So the problem with that mine is that it looks a hell of a lot like a tower.
Exactly.
And
I don't know if you remember back to a certain invitational that Ali Andrazi won,
Yes.
where he thought he had a tower in play. It was actually a mine.
Yes.
And he started tapping for Trompies. About 3 turns later, they're like, hang on a minute, that's a mine, not a tower, and you don't have Tron. Fortunately, he had the tower in hand, so he was able to do it, but can get into some situations, so if you are ever in a position, probably best to...
Make sure you know exactly which card it is.
and we see the timely reinforcements. That's a main deck copy. There is one in the main. Obviously, it can be a very good Tron target as well. We'll see gaining of
6 life.
6 life and 3 1/1s as
So-
well. So offsets all the damage to be taken. And 1/1's quite good against Noble Hierarch, able to attack through it. All of that as well. So Sophie taking the draw step. Treetop Village, Temple Garden in play.
Interestingly, Treetop Village here attacks for 4.
Yeah, it certainly does, but she decided to go for 3 mana. We're going for a Lingering Souls. Well,
Interesting she's decided to keep them in the deck. I think they're very weak in this matchup. They don't really do anything, unfortunately. And
so Sophie deciding to go for Lingering Souls. Now, Lingering Souls not too bad in this position, but we see another Trompies and a pass of the turn.
sorry, yes, I misread. It is Leyline of the Void. So I believe Leyline of the Void
Is whenever
might have come in. Yeah.
Yeah, Leyline of the Void, one of those cards that it says whenever a card goes into your opponent's graveyard, exile it instead.
Yes.
Similar to Defender's rules text, but obviously in the point. But we see a Gavany Township in the battlefield. Makes these Lingering Souls tokens quite a bit better. We are going to actually activate. We're now going to deal 4 points of damage,
It's quite a good clock.
eating into the life total that George had tried to build up. So 2+1/+1 counters. 1+1/+1 counter on each of them.
Game over.
Game over. So, gifts ungiven in the end step. Wow, now this could be a very good turn, because if he has a copy of Eleshnorn in his deck,
Yes.
has Unburial Rights, and he has
Oh,
Iona.
Iona, interesting.
Interesting. That's a very interesting choice, because I think right now, even if Eleshnorn were to die, I think Eleshnorn is so difficult for this Abzan deck to be in this current state
Yep.
that you just take the Eleshnorn and
Yeah,
move on with the game. But he might have taken the Eleshnorn out. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I think the problem with Iona is it's very hard to know what to name against them.
Yeah, I think in this position you name White, because it stops Path to Exile and you've got some protection from Liliana.
But so if you can still just cast the Maelstrom Pulse.
Exactly, and that's the problem.
And that's something that's quite a problem with.
In fact, what we'll actually go and find out. I will go and find out what colour is named, and I will let the viewers so the viewers at home know what's been. So the viewers at home know what have been named.
Yes. That's unfortunately the Iona is slightly worse against the junk decks because they do run different ways to kill the Iona. They can kill it through Maelstrom Pulse, or they can kill it through Path to Exile. And this looks like a Maelstrom Pulse. Yep, there we go. So they named White, and there was a Maelstrom Pulse. So, yeah.
So I did check. So White was the choice. Obviously preventing things like Lingering Souls, but yep, that's not good. And that's the problem. If it was an Eleshnorn, if the Eleshnorn dies, at least the board's clear.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the significant difference here. The Eleshnorn would have cleared the board out, whereas now he's in a position where he's still behind, and that's 4 points of damage a turn. Able to attack. Gavany Township, just reading that one. Just got a judge ruling quickly. Find out what this is. So, we'll just give it a moment. We'll go and have a. We can also see a Ghostly Prison came in as well, and that's quite good in this situation. But, you know, so he also has a Liliana in play as well, a Liliana in hand as well. Maybe that's what he was hedging against a little bit. But we see Liliana, the Twilight Mire making double black. Liliana about to enter the
There's
battlefield.
an
No,
Urborg
maybe
in
not.
play.
And there's an Urborg in play as well. Well, you can make black off of whatever you want then.
Exactly.
Multiple blacks to be made. So in for 4, draws down to 14. Ghostly Prison's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's the chances that Sophie has kept in her abrupt case? It's going to be a very interesting decision. If Sophie's kept in her abrupt case, then this ghostly prison is going to be very good because it means that the
Yes.
Gavney Township can't be activated. Obviously, for those of you at home who might not know what the card does, we'll just pull it up. We'll quickly pull it up on the viewer for you, so all of you at home can know. So ghostly prison. It's a 2 and a white enchantment. Creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 colourless for each creature he or she that's controls that's attacking you. So each of those souls, and we're going to see a wrath. We're going to see a wrath. Clear the board out.
Yeah, and I like that here. You know, it's the Sophie's got quite a big board.
So Wrath of God, obviously, destroy all creatures. They can't be regenerated. We're going to see a blue man being attacked. We're going to see a Thoughtseize. So let's see what he's got left in hand. We've got a Ghostly Prison and 3 other cards. So we have a Path to Exile, a Condescend, a Wrath of God. So, Day of Judgment, sorry, was the spell that was cast. We have a Wrath of God in hand. So we actually managed to draw 2 of those sweeper effects. Very powerful to have in this situation. And Ghostly Prison and Condescend as well. I mean, what do you think's the pick here? I think Condescend might be the one, because it allows him to scry and find his way deeper into his deck.
Or
for
maybe
other
even the
pieces.
Path to Exile, because Sophie's plan now is probably just beat down with the Treetop Village.
Yeah, there's a Path to Exile in hand as well.
So I think taking the the Path to Exile is probably quite strong.
Yeah.
You know, you just want to make the Treetop Village start getting in there, getting into the red zone.
But as I say, the power of the Manlands certainly cannot be denied in this modern format, which will be why I'm quite looking forward to seeing the new Manlands into battle for Zendikar.
Indeed.
Obviously, we only know 2 of them now: the blue, green, and the black-white. Wrong side of the page. Treetop Village. Enter battlefield tapped, as they all do. Adds a green, and then 1 of the green becomes a 3/3 green ape creature with trample until end of turn. It is still a land. And we see another follow-up, Liliana over the Veil. Fantastic position to have that in. Board's just been cleared, and now I get to play my Liliana. Now you have to discard a card, and you have not many choices of what you can
Sophie's
discard.
discarding as well, but
Yeah, but that's less important today. And this is still on the stack. I think he's going to Condescend for 0. Just to scry 2.
yep.
See if he can find a way to do with it, because some of these decks run Detention Sphere. I don't think his does this weekend. But he's obviously trying to find a piece that's very important right now. And Liliana going straight up to 4, discarding a card. Very powerful against the deck. And Blue White Tron is a control deck.
Yes.
It's a big mana control deck. Has a few counter spells. Has some others. So we're going to see a Verdant Catacombs and a Ghostly Prison discarded. And pass the turn. Liliana on 4 counters now in play. They start going to work. We see a tower end of the battlefield. So we now have finally achieved
Active Tron.
as a Tron. And the 1 card in hand is not going to be there very long. But we can start to see beat down central with the Treetop Village as well.
Yeah.
Albzan showing his true power here. This matchup is not normally... The Tron matchups are not normally great. But Sophie making this one look quite easy,
Yeah.
if I'm honest. You see, in for 3, George down to 11. But there's still a few big draws he has here. A few very big draws. Let's just see if he finds them. Looks at it. Something like Sphinx Revelation. See a Signet. Well, it's more mana. If he has brought in the Revelation, that could be game-changing right now, because it's going to draw
A lot of
cards. Like, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 cards. We see Scavenging Ooze as well. Liliana up to 6, and probably the ultimate next turn, and in for 3 from George. So he needs something right now.
He does.
Unfortunately, Liliana might be just too much to deal with, and ultimately Liliana might just spell the end of the game for him.
I mean, he still has a live draw in something like Ugin.
Yep, but he needs to be able
he's
to cast it.
Drawn and passed again,
Yeah,
so...
But we're going to see Sophie -6. It'll be very interesting to see.
She might not. She might choose to just make him discard.
And obviously the nice thing about this is she can split up the Ezotron pieces.
Yep.
Put them into 2 different piles, probably the tower on its own, and then the mine and the power plant the other side.
Yes.
It'll be very interesting then how she splits the rest of it up. And like, there's a very full graveyard there. And unfortunately just the Iona coming at the wrong time. Having 2 answers to it. Obviously he probably made the right colour, but Maelstrom Pulse in hand ready to go straight away. So we're going to see Liliana tick up again, and we're going to see a path to exile in response, targeting the Scavenging Ooze. So Liliana deciding to go up to 7 counters. Keeping Liliana in play after an ultimate seems like quite a good place to be.
Yeah, especially
So-
against control decks.
Yeah, so Sophie's going to decide how she wants to, if it wants to exile anything from the graveyard. So
Exile Iona.
get rid of Iona. Don't want that coming back at any time. And then Sophie up to 13. And then Scavenging Ooze, biting the dust, searching for a basic from the deck.
George down to 5. Off this treetop village that's going
I
to come
imagine. I hope the treetop village attacks. Seems like a good thing to be attacking with.
Yes.
You see Sophie playing this in such a way that the treetop village can never be targeted by these path to exiles. We see a swamp hit the bin. We're going to activate the Twilight Mire. Activate the treetop village. In for 3. George down to 5. Players doing a very good job of keeping all these scores up to date.
Yes.
Draw for
Now-
the turn. We find another Tron piece. Now I think we're going to see Liliana ultimate
Almost certainly, yeah.
just end the game. One of the easy. We're going to go in for 2. In for 3, down to 2. We're going to -6 Liliana, and well, there was a few draw steps that George had to find a Nugan, but unfortunately today was not his day.
No.
Sophie had too many answers at too many of the right times, and unfortunately the Tron deck not quite able to get there. But George managed to make top 8 with the deck, so the deck can't be bad. Obviously not your cup of tea of Tron. Let's be
No.
honest, eh? You'd more prefer the green-red
Yeah.
Khan variety.
Yeah, reason being that with the green red, you find Tron a lot easier. You know, you run your stars, your maps, I mean, obviously the blue-white version does run 3 expedition map, but you run your stars, you run your scryings, you run your stirrings.
And then we see the extension of the hand. Sophie Warrington, 2-0 the winner, marches on to the semi-final. Abzan mid-range, moving on. Could be very interesting. Jund opponent in the next few rounds.
Yes.
But anyways, we'll bring it back to the booth. Congratulations George. Obviously, picking up a Liliana.
Not the worst.
Not the worst. A Baron Liliana of the Veil. Those cards I hear are worth a little bit. Obviously, Sophie marches on. She now has access to a playset of Cryptic Commands. And if she goes further than that, then we're into a playset of Tarmogoyfs
or
and a playset of Snapcaster Mages. And that's quite something to look forward to instead of price for Paul. But commiserations to George. He takes home his Liliana and a top 8 result from this GPT. And there were a lot of players in this GPT. There was a good, as we said, 60 to 70 odd players.
Yes, I think we actually got to 80. I think
Yeah,
they were down to table 42.
So 80 odd players, which is very impressive for a GPT. Fortunately, following on the World Magic Cup, then
Yes.
it pays off a bit better than that. But no, congratulations to Sophie. She marched on to the semi-final. We're going to take a quick break,
Yep.
and we'll bring you back for the semi-final coverage as soon as the other matches are ready. And we have a semi-final ready to go. John Partridge, Shay Holland, thank you very much for watching, and we will see you again shortly. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for possibly the final time. We're not quite sure. Semi-final time, Charles Olatunji versus, and I'm going to have to check the guy's name, Aaron Burnsley's. The other semi-final, we're going ahead. Tom Law conceded to Sophie, because I think Tom wanted to go over.
I think he had to go, yes.
He had to go, and I think he was quite happy with his playset of cryptic commands. Obviously, Sophie into the final. The gentleman who is going to be playing on camera against Charles, he's got the best deck in his top 8 at the moment, especially when it's full of Jund, and he wants to play.
Yes.
He wants his Tarmogoyfs. The others were quite happy to split, but he wants his Tarmogoyfs. And fair
Indeed.
play to him. He paid to play, and he's here to do it. Amulet Bloom is Charles' opponent. Charles being on Jund.
Yep.
4 Primeval Titan, 2 Azusa, 1 Simian Spirit Guide, 4 Amulet of Vigor, 3 Hive Mind, and all the associated spells to go with it. Difficult match for Junds, Primeval Titans, especially a quick one. Very difficult for the Jund deck to beat.
Indeed. So,
what we'll do is we'll send it down. The patch has already started. And, well, not the best start for Aaron, but a Serum Visions on turn 1, especially being on the play.
yes.
A very strong place to start for the Amulet Bloom player. So talk me through Amulet Bloom. What's it trying to do, and how does it go about it?
As you said, it's trying to make a very early Worm Coil. It
Primeval
runs...
Titan. No Worm Coils in this
Sorry,
deck.
Primeval Titan, that's the one. It uses cards... It uses the cards like Summer Bloom, which is 1 and a green, sorcery. You may play 3 additional lands this turn. Simple. You get to put in some bounce lands, some Karoo lands. We'll get one up. Simic Growth Chamber, for instance. And
the main thing with this, obviously, it makes the most of Summer Bloom. Karoo Bounce Lands. As they're called the Karoo Bounce Lands, it was a name coined from an earlier card. Basically, it's a land that comes to play tapped and has a trigger that says when it enters the battlefield, return target land you control to its owner's hand. It taps to make 2 mana in itself, and obviously Summer Bloom says you can pay 3 additional lands. Well, a land that comes into play, and you get to play 3 additional lands that then bounce somewhere else. How does this work? Well, one very simple card.
one card that accelerates this deck a lot is
And
Amulet of Vigor.
Turbocharges it.
Turbocharges it completely. So what ends up happening, if they get to it, is they play Amulet of Vigor, and they play a Summer Bloom. Here we go, Amulet of Vigor. So, Amulet of Vigor, whenever a permanent enters the battlefield tapped and under your control, untap it. Simple. Primeval Titan, 6 mana, 6/6, trample. When it enters the battlefield or it attacks, search your library for 2 land cards, put them into battlefield tap, shuffle. Simple. So what the deck tries to do is, turn 1, Amulet Vigor, turn 2, Summer Land, play a Karoo land, tap it for 2 mana, bounce it, tap it for 2 mana, bounce it, tap it for 2 mana, bounce it, and you've got 6 mana in your pool.
And one of the things you have to
Play the
remember,
Primeval
and one of the
Titan.
things you have to remember with the Blue Bounce Lands as well, the way you can do this is because of how you stack the triggers. So when the land comes into play tapped, it puts its trigger on the stack.
Yes.
But also triggers Amulet of Vigor because it says whenever a permanent enters the battlefield tapped and you can untap it. So what you can do is you can stack the triggers so the Amulet trigger resolves first, before the Bounce Land trigger resolves. So with the land untaps, and with the Bounce Land trigger still on the stack, tap it for mana, put it in there. So a nice, very nice top deck there for Aaron. He actually top decks a copy of Summer Bloom, plays a Gruul Turf, which is the green-red one. When he plays a Gruul Turf bouncing the Tender Ice Bridge, plays a Carnally Garden, gets a 0/1 after Charles Thought Seizes, taking Azusa, Lost But Seeking. Azusa is a 2 and a green, 1/2, allows you to play 2 additional lands each turn.
Yes, so, you know, another card to just sort of accelerate out these lands as quickly as possible.
And you can see the difference this makes. We're currently looking at a... Well, if he finds a land, we're looking at a turn 3 Primeval Titan.
Yes.
Or a turn 3 Hive Mind, depending on which way we want to go to bit. And that is quite impressive.
Yes. And, you know, Charles with 2 Thoughtseize, 4 Inquisition in his deck. So, Hive Mind
is the other way of winning.
Yes, and that normally runs something... That normally requires another card, so a Pact.
Speaking of which, a Pact of Negation, in fact. It's a very good place to start. Charles, I think, needs to find something to interact with Hive Mind very quickly, like a Thoughtseize or a Liliana.
Yep.
And we see Shock Land in. Hopefully, if this is a Liliana. No, he's going to pass the turn.
Interesting. Interesting.
But in the is he going to stop his opponent in his upkeep? And we see a draw for the turn. We see a sleight of hand. We're going to see upkeep. We're going to see Colligan's Command. We're going to deal 2 damage to the plant, and you discard a card.
I mean, I think Aaron's probably okay with that.
He's
I
got a few
think-
to discard.
Yeah, he can discard the Primeval Titan. It's not going to win in this
Or he
game.
can discard the Serum, the Sleight of Hand. But the Sleight of Hand might find in the
I
land.
think he
needs.
wants a Sleight of Hand, just because it gets him the land. And then it allows him to, next turn, Hive Mind and win.
Yeah, and Hive Mind, but the Pact doesn't necessarily win straight away.
True.
But it
But
puts him in a
any
great
spell.
position. But the thing is, Pact of Negation is the Pact that he wants. Because the problem with playing against Jund is it plays green and black.
Yep.
And Summoner's Pact and Slaughter Pact, well, Charles can pay for both of them. He needs to find one more land, but he can pay for both.
Yes.
And that's the crucial thing to remember, is Pact of Negation is the one you want. 'Cause blue mana, Charles can't pay for it at all. So he's gonna discard the Primeval Titan. That takes one. Nice for Charles. He's maybe not going to activate the Gemstone Mine. Gemstone Mine feels like the one you might want to save and use the Tenderwise Bridge. Only one counter on Tenderwise Bridge, and it still taps for colourless. Whereas when Gemstone Mine gone, that's it. It's buried. And the word bury, of course, means that it then goes to the graveyard. So we can see a mana confluence there as well. Sleight of Hand, 1 blue. Look at the top 2 cards. One's your hand, one to the bottom of your library.
Yep.
Normally found in Storm decks, well, but now
Yeah.
it's made its way into this. So we see him draw the mana confluence, and well, better hope Charles has some way of interacting with this Hive Mind. Like another Colligan's Command would be very timely at the moment. So we're going to see, and Charles, he's got Liliana in hand, and right now actually
Interesting,
Liliana's a really good card to have, and I think he's going to cast it. And Liliana here looks very, very good.
Yep.
It can be countered with Pact of Negation.
I don't think you do that. I think you
leave
just
it.
let it discard the Mana Confluence.
It was very interesting actually that he decided not to play the Mana Confluence as well.
He was worried about something like a Colligan's Commander or a Liliana.
And Liliana resolves up, tick to 4. We're going to see Mana Confluence hitting the bin. And Charles, at the moment, well, he probably doesn't care what it is, as long as the opponent doesn't find a land. And the other thing is, Liliana performs this really weird thing in this game, where Liliana, if he finds a land, which he has done, and he plays this Hive Mind, Liliana's going to say, goodbye Pact of Negation.
But even so, I think Aaron's fine with that. Any pact will do it. You know.
So we're going to see the Hive Mind. And, well, Charles is going to have to tread very carefully now. We see Liliana in hand as well. And you see Treetop Village. Liliana ticking up to 5. Pact of Negation is the only card in hand.
Yep.
Aaron very quickly putting that in the graveyard. Liliana, surprisingly efficient at this point. And there's a lot of things that you can do. And there's any spell he now casts, Hive Mind will be amazing. And remember, it says, whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell, each other player copies that spell. Each of those players may choose new targets for his or her copy. And what you notice now is Charles has 4 mana in play, so he can pay for a Summoner's Pact.
He can.
And he can also find a spell he wants from his deck as well. We see an Amulet of Vigor, the draw. Not what he wants right now, but he's
No.
going to play it anyway.
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf is instant, sorcery, planeswalker, land, creature. It's a 5/6 Tarmogoyf. That is a big Tarmogoyf. And we also see one of the new additions to the Jund deck, Abbot of Carroll Keep.
Yep.
A new addition to the Jund deck. We're going to see it played now. Very good, nice card advantage engine. It allows him to possibly find a land, so we'll have to see what he finds. Trigger the Abbot. We find a swamp. Nice.
Play the swamp.
Play this swamp, and well, Liliana might choose to stay at 5, but we're going to see a Scavenging Ooze as well. Wow, going all in for this. Liliana ticking up to 6. Get rid of the spare land. Tarmogoyf in for 5, and he's going to have a quick look. We know there's a Primeval Titan there, so I'm fairly sure we're going to be. There's number 3. Just quick count. Number 4, and your Planeswalker, Charles, will make it 5. No Hive Mind there, so no enchantment to be.
No enchantment,
counted
no
for.
artifacts, and no tribal.
We are on 5/6 Tarmogoyf.
That's pretty big.
It's big. That's a clock. So down to 15, and then next turn it's 16, 17, 18. He'll be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points of damage next turn.
Yep.
Because obviously the Scavenging Ooze will eat the Primeval Titan and grow.
And there's also a Azusa.
Azusa as well. So yeah, so very interesting. And okay, so he's going to untap, which is very interesting. So he's going to draw. Now Liliana is basically going to go straight up. This is a land. That's a fine draw. Liliana up to. I think you have to up this to up to 7. Get rid of the card in hand. You can pay for any of the packs he has, and if he does,
Yeah,
pact
you
in
have
response-
to up Liliana. 'Cause you have to see what he has.
Right, that's
Oh,
very
yeah,
interesting. So what he's going to do now is. This is very interesting. I think he just gives him Hive Mind on his own, doesn't he? Hive Mind and a land. And that'll be it. I like this from Charles. I like giving him just the Hive Mind. This is the split. Do what you wish. Hive Mind, Gruul Turf versus.
Yeah.
Or would you have preferred for him to go up again?
I think he wants to go up.
I mean, right now it's
think-
very difficult for.
Hang on.
Aaron to
I'm
win
trying.
through
Sorry,
this.
I'm trying to work this out. Now it's interesting. The way Charles has split this is he's put either an enchantment or an artifact in the graveyard. Do you know why he's done this?
Makes the Tarmogoyf bigger.
He wins the game.
How so?
He has 6
Raging
mana.
Ravine.
Exactly.
Yes, there we go.
So this Goyf would become a 6.
7, 8,
Assuming that
9, 10.
Assuming that that's not
11,
slot
12,
packed,
13,
and he
14.
does run 1 slot packed in the main. If that's not slot packed, Charles is winning this game.
So we're going to see the Hive Mind staying, and Charles is able to pay for all of this as well.
Exactly.
And Tarmogoyf goes to 6 power, so here we go. Activate the Raging Ravine. And Charles has played this fantastically well. I think Charles was terrified about this matchup.
Yep.
He came over to me just before he started playing, and he was very, very woody. He goes, "I've done testing for this. I have never beaten this deck." And you can see why. He's had to have Thoughtseizes and Colligan's Command and Liliana and a Tarmogoyf to even get to this position. And we've still got a Hive Mind in play. And well, unfortunately right now, the way he split it, Aaron can't actually pay for any of his own packs.
No.
That's what I'm saying. So he's going to eat the Azusa, gain a life, leave a Primeval Titan. Just doing the maths, and he's going to show his opponent this is lethal. And we are on to game number 2. Charles taking a surprising victory.
Yes, very
Over
swift
his
as well.
opponent. And Jund, well, that's a very, very hard match for this to win. So, moving on to the sideboards. Well, Aaron has a few things. He has the main thing that stands out. 3 copies of Leyline of Sanctity.
Yep.
2 Thragtusk, a Ruach Thar, a Hornet Queen, 2 Nature's Claims, a 1 Swan Song, an Engineered Explosive, 2 Pyroclasm, a Ghost Quarter, and a Forest. Now, the cards that stand out for me, Leyline of Sanctity
Yep.
nullifies Liliana.
Yep.
Nullifies
Yep.
all the Thoughtseize effect. I also really like Hornet Queen.
Yes.
Jund probably can't beat 5 Death Touch bodies.
No.
Because it does not run any of those effects. And possibly also bringing in the Thragtusk. 2-for-1s are very hard for Jund to deal with as well. This is a 1-for-1 removal deck. And possibly the Engineered Explosives
Definitely.
as well. As you saw in there, a lot of 2-drops.
Exactly.
We saw Abbot of Kerol Keep, Tarmogoyf, and Scavenging Ooze. All of those are 2-drops. And let's be honest, Aaron makes a lot of mana.
Yep.
And then the Thirst coming out, we can see the Azusa's already coming out. Azusa not at its best in this matchup. Turns on all the lightning bolts that are in Charles's
Yep.
deck, and we'll have to go from there. So what's on Charles' side of the table?
So he's got a Ghost Quarter, a Nihil Spellbomb, a Terminate, 2 Ancient Grudge, 1 Dismember, 1 Kitchen Finks, 2 Fulminator Mage, 2 Choke, 2 Anger of the Gods, 2 Pyroclasm.
Well,
so-
there's one that stands out above all
Ghost
the others.
Quarter.
Fulminator Mage.
Yeah. Ghost Quarter, 2 Fulminator Mage, 2 Ancient Grudge. And
Possibly the extra Terminate.
and the extra
Bringing in
probably
extra
the
removal is
Terminate.
quite good. Non-Spell Bomb, not for this matchup.
No.
Their deck doesn't interact with the graveyard. He's able to take out some of the weaker spells. He's able to take out the... well, I mean, looking at Inquisition of Kozilek's not great, so he can probably shave a couple of copies of that. You're probably looking at taking out the Tassigas, just because they're possibly a bit slow. And, well, the rest of it seems quite good. Being able to Thoughtseize things away is powerful, because Thoughtseize obviously being able to take anything from your opponent's hand.
Yeah, I see-
Inquisition at its weakest in this match.
I see the 2 Tassigas coming out. The 2 Tassiga,
We're bringing about 6 cards in at the moment.
an Inquisition, and
This is like the fanciest studio you've ever worked in.
and something like maybe the
It's quite nice, this one.
I could maybe see like something like the lightning bolts coming out.
I don't mind
They're
Lightning
just not
Bolt.
that great.
Yeah, it does allow Charles to go about a different way of winning, but he's not a Snapcaster Mage deck, so I agree it's not the Lightning Bolt's not the best. He wants to go Hand Disruption, Tarmogoyf, Liliana. That's his curve. He wants to go Thoughtseize, Tarmogoyf, Liliana. That's his best possible curve against the Amulet deck, and
Almost certainly.
pray to God his opponent doesn't interact with it. But Aaron's going to be on the play. Amulet Bloom, Jund, a match we've heard of being run before, and Amulet Bloom coming out on some occasions on top, and Jund, to a lesser extent, does come out on top occasionally, because Magic is a strange game.
Yes.
Strange things happen, doesn't always go to script. So, Charles all ready to go. He's shuffled up. Just waiting for his opponent to shuffle up and present, and we'll be on to game number 2 for the semi-final here from the GPT at Darksphere. Full Darksphere here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel in Kensington, London. So, playing Zone in 7, we see Abbot of Kerrol Keep, we see a Fulminator Mage already in hand, we see a few lands and a Scavenging Ooze. That's not the greatest hand for Charles. Obviously, we can see on the other side of the table, we have an Ancient Stirrings, we have one Simic Growth Chamber, we have some of the lands, we have a Sleight of Hand. We don't have any. We also seem at the back of the hand to have, possibly, we have an Amulet of Vigour. We have found the piece we need. We've found an Amulet of Vigour, and right now he's able to go turn 1 Amulet of Vigour, turn 2 play a few spells. He'll soon very much find his way across, and Charles has to be very careful. Fulminator Mage can be used very well. It can be used to kill them when they decide how they're going to pact, and they maybe don't get the right mana. But there's none of the Summer Blooms, and at the moment we've not got any Primeval Titans in hand. So Amulet of Vigour on the play is always going to be good. So Blood Crypt into play tap, so no Thoughtseize on turn 1. So we found the first draw step, Leyline of Sanctity. That card is not impossible to cast for this deck, but very, very difficult. So I can see it's probably having the sleight of hand lead off here. But yeah, so we're going to see Ancient Stirrings picking up a Engineering Explosive. Charles is going to take a quick read of that. Haven't seen the card play for a while. It finds its way in and out of sideboards, depending on the deck you're playing. Some of the bigger control decks play it quite a lot, and some decide that actually no, I'm going to play Anger of the Gods because I think it's a better result. So we're going to see Simic Growth Chamber. He's going to trigger it. He should untap due to the Amulet of Vigour. So there we go. We got an untapped land, and Charles very rightly pointing out his opponent missed the trigger, so that land is staying tapped. And we're going to see an Inquisition of Kozilek target you. So, what are we working with today? We're going to see a Sleight of Hand, a Leyline of Sanctity, and an Engineered Explosives. I think Charles might end up taking this Engineered Explosives. It is the card that has the greatest threat to what he is planning to do. And he can also follow up next time with a Fulminator Mage and try and take some of his mana away. So it depends on what Charles is looking at. We can see an Abbot of Kerrol Keep. Where he's going to take Sleight of Hand, he's going to take any of the way of him taking any sort of play out of it as well. Okay, so it's going to be an interesting position right now. We found, unfortunately, like in game 1, Aaron seems very good at finding Summer Bloom on top of his library just after Charles Thoughtseizes or Inquisitions in. Summer Bloom into play. We have 3 land drops, Charles even doing him a favour of counting down. So we have Connolly Garden, that's land drop number 1. We'll probably have a Gruul Turf, land drop number 2. And from there, we'll possibly see another playing of the Connolly Garden. That's land drop number 2. We still have another land drop. And to be fair, we still have the land drop for the turn as well. So we have 2 land drops to go. We might see Connolly Garden, and then we might also see the Gemstone Mine as the final land drop. Basically leaving him with a hand of Leyline of Sanctity and Engineered Explosives. However, the difference being this time, he has all the mana he needs for any top deck Primeval Titan. Trigger, untap. We might just see the Engineered Explosives set to 2 as well this turn, and that could be quite powerful. He has enough mana to set it to 2 as well and just get it all into table. He runs a bit of a risk of a Collar Guns command, but sometimes you've got to do what you got to do and go from there. He has his mana in play. I like him playing it now, getting it into play, and going from there. So Charles cracking his Verdant Catacombs down to 19. Very reasonable life total. Being able to play his spells out, not losing any life, and one of the crucial things, he's staying above the total of 16, which is what the Bloom Titan deck, which is what Amulet Bloom can deal in 1 attack step with a Primeval Titan. He's staying at 16, and right now Liliana looks quite nice as well. And we see a Maelstrom Pulse off the top. We're going to see a Fulminator Mage to lead off with. That's a very nice play. I like that a lot. Deal with the Simic Growth Chamber, take him off of blue mana as well.
Yep.
And put him to a fact where now you only have 5 mana, and you're going to have to start top decking things. Confidently passing the turn. We see another Amulet. Well, if that one gets played, we're looking at a very, very good Maelstrom Pulse about to drop onto this table.
Yeah.
But we shall see if he decides to go for it. So just passes the turn back. Charles draw. He's just drawn a Tarmogoyf. He has an Abbot of Kerrol Keep in hand as well. If he's got a land, I like leading off with the Abbot. Try and hit that extra land drop. Keep the lands flowing. We can see it perfectly on time. Bloodstain Mire off the top. And the nice thing about Abbot of Kerrol Keep, it doesn't deal you damage when you find something on top of your library. Not like a Dark Confidant, although it's only a one-of use. But we're going to see crack of the fetch land down to 16. Charles realising, actually, I've just got to get this over with. My opponent can't cast a Primeval Titan because he obviously doesn't have it in hand.
Yep.
You see a Stomping Ground into play untapped. And on to the next stage of the game. Charles' draws have come out very, very well for him. He was feeling very confident. I like to see him following up with a Scavenging Ooze as well. Try and get some life back. There's a couple of there is a Fulminator Mage in the bin at the moment, but right now this Engineered Explosives could be cast next time. So there we see a land drawn off the top. I believe it's a Kessig Wolfrun. So, I mean, Engineered Explosive seems like it might be the best place to start right now.
Yeah, Engineered Explosives on 2 deals with some of these cards, some of these threats that Charles has. Buy Aaron some time.
So, Connolly Garden making some very good blockers, but we see the Engineered Explosives for 2. Charles still packing a bit of gas in the tank. He has another Scavenging Ooze, another copy of Abbot Kerrol Keep, and a Tarmogoyf as well. Doesn't want to play any of those because unfortunately Engineered Explosives set to 2 does a good number on that hand.
Yeah.
But he still has a lot of play left in his deck. The Abbot can generate quite a lot of card advantage, which is quite good. And we shall see what happens with the plant, whether they decide to jump in the way now or later. But right now, I think Charles is looking for a Liliana.
Almost certainly.
A way to just start to grind this game out. Stop his opponent doing anything. Speak of the Devil, well, not quite Speak of the Devil, but a Fulminator Mage has arrived into Charles's hand. I think I can see the attack first. In for 4, down to 16. See if you want to crack this Engineered Explosives. No, Aaron's just going to take the damage, and now Fulminator Mage probably come down, take out the Gruul Turf. This is both copies he's found now as well. A very good draw here from Charles. Fulminator Mage, he's going to pass the turn. He's not even going to go for it yet. I mean, I quite like cracking the Fulminator Mage straight away. I think getting rid of the land now means that there's nothing you can possibly draw. So, draw step for the turn. We see a Ghost Quarter. Another land, but unfortunately nothing to cast off of it. And Ghost Quarter against a Jund deck, which has played one of its basics. We know that he's likely to have more in there. Not quite where he's wanting to be at the moment.
No. So, you know, this is the problem with this Amulet Bloom deck, is sometimes it just doesn't have any gas. You know, it accelerates up, and all he's really done is made 2 0/1 plants, and made a...
And losing the Sleight of Hand, in hindsight, obviously wouldn't have made a difference, but could have really dug him towards the pieces he needs. The second Amulet, not really doing anything, and Charles, well, he just needs to probably cement this game, lose the Fulminator Mage, force his opponent to blow up the Engineered Explosives, and just try and take out some of the stuff. So he's going to float some mana, probably use it to activate the Explosives. I think that might be the best way to use the mana. No, he's going to let him untap. 4 mana in play for the Bloom deck. And this is what we've seen a couple of times again. We see a Lightning Bolt off the top. Again, just another way of winning. We're going to see in for 4. Now he might see a block from the plant tokens. Yeah, we see a block onto the Abbot of Kerrol Keep.
Yep.
Only 2 damage again. They're both 2/2s, but Aaron realising that at some point he's going to actually have to find some spells to do, and Charles is really starting to pull ahead with this Abbot as well. He's another one in hand and doesn't want to risk it. We're going to see an activation. Sorry, my mistake. It's going to be a nice trade here, but the Lightning Bolt might deal with it. So he's activated the Wolf Run, giving his plant a 1 power. Or it's... So, the Abbot using its prowess ability, making it a 3/2, which means that the 1/1 plant I can remember to trade with it, and obviously gaining a life off the Scavenging Ooze, putting that to 3 power as well, and in for 3 as well. Just for the other two decks in the semis was a Jund versus Abzan match. Tom Law on Jund, Sophie Warrington on Abzan, and Tom decided to concede to Sophie before the final. So he takes home a playset of Cryptic Commands, and he decided that he wanted to go and play elsewhere. So, an interesting draw. Tom had to go home. So an interesting draw. We see a Boris Garrison in the battlefield. Now, this means that this turn he can cast his Leyline of Sanctity if he so wishes to play another Amulet of Vigor. Will it be any good? Well, he's not doing a lot else at the moment. And it means that if he plays the Amulet, he can then go, I'm going to be able to play this Leyline and at least stop Liliana from causing a problem.
Yep.
Those things. And yeah, for those of you who are any of the untapping misses because they are trying to shortcut to try and speed the game up. So obviously it is 8:15.
It is.
People have places they want to be tonight. It is a Sunday night and people have work tomorrow, so they all want to head off at some point. So, right. So we see Boris Garrison into play. He's going to bounce the Conley Garden. Maybe make a blocker for next turn. And we'll see if he decides he wants to play the Leyline this turn. Be interesting to see if he does. So, back to Charles. Still got that. We still have that Engineer's Explosives, which Charles is trying furiously to get him to crack so he can play this Tarmogoyf that he's got in hand.
Yeah, I think Aaron senses that, Charles has a 2-drop that he wants to be playing out. Committing Abbots and Scavenging Ooze, I mean, they're strong, but, he knows. Aaron has an idea that maybe, just maybe, Charles has something else in hand.
So Charles isn't doing anything else at the moment.
Exactly. So we're going to see an activation of the Wolf Run for 1 again.
Yep. Which means that it can possibly trade with this Abbot. I think Charles might go, okay, we'll trade this time. Because I'm still getting through a lot of damage at the same time and it doesn't have to do anything. And that's the whole thing about this match is that, here we go. He's decided instead he's going to blow up the explosives. Now we'll see the Tarmogoyf.
Yes.
And this seems like a very good position to land a Tarmogoyf. The Maelstrom Pulse still in the chamber just in case he needs it. He could also play the Scavenging Ooze in hand as well. So we see a Tarmogoyf and we see a Scavenging Ooze, and this is what Aaron would have been worried about with the line of play he took, was that Charles had something in the chamber still to go.
Yep.
In terms of extra spells. So back to the Amulet player we go. Conley Garden in hand, down to 10. So Tarmogoyf is a 4/5. No, he's a 5/6 at the moment. Just doing a quick count. There is an artifact in the graveyard, so we have creature, land, instant, sorcery, and artifact. That is 5. Tarmogoyf is a 5/6. So we see, activation of that, we see Serum Visions. So we see draw 1, look at the top 2, scry 2, 1, see where they go, top or the bottom. See what Aaron decides to do. And Charles is still in a position. He hasn't won yet. He still needs to close this game out. However, if he finds a removal spell, like a Terminate, for that plant...
Well, he has a Maelstrom Pulse in hand.
But that costs too much mana. He has to... If Aaron decides not to replay the Conley Garden, then he has a lethal attack. But I think Aaron's going to replay the Conley Garden. Charles is just going to make his ooze slightly bigger. So he's going to make a 0/1, trigger, untap, make a 1/1, make a 0/1 plant, and pass the turn back to Charles. Hand of Gruul Turf, Amulet of Vigor, and Leyline of Sanctity. And I think Charles is now going to go fantastic. Have a good target for my Maelstrom Pulse now. Take out both of your amulets, and then proceed from there. Because Tarmogoyf is up almost at a size where it can tangle with a Primeval Titan and win.
I mean, it depends at this point. If Charles draws a green source...
Or a land.
A green source. He needs a green source.
He does need a green source, that is correct.
He does win the game.
Yeah. Of course, there's 3 creatures in the bin from the last.
Yep.
Last one, so we're going to see 3 mana. I have a Maelstrom Pulse. We do have a Maelstrom Pulse ready to go. Be interested to see what his draw was. He only has 2 cards in hand. He's holding that second card that he drew very close to his chest. He doesn't want to let anyone know what it is. It is a black card of some description. Certainly makes for an interesting one. So 3 mana. See, Maelstrom Pulse target the plant tokens. So they will be exiting stage left.
Yes.
We have in the attacks 5, 6, 7. Charles can do 9 points of damage with this attack. He is going to choose to do that. He's going to gain 2 life, go to 19, exile Abbot and Abbot. Ooze becomes a 4/4. And even if he does find a Primeval Titan, this will still be a lethal attack next turn. Charles putting Aaron all the way down to 1, off the back of a pair of Fulminator Mages and an Inquisition of Kozilek. I mean, that's very impressive. He's been able to do it with off such a low base. So Aaron down to 1. Maelstrom Pulse doing its job. So draw for the turn, Aaron. What do you find? That is a Summoner's Pact, and unfortunately, not going to be enough today.
Unfortunately not, no.
So 0 mana, Summoner's Pact, and this is one of the parts that makes the deck so interesting. It's a 0 mana instant. Search your library for a green creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand and shuffle your library. At the beginning of your next upkeep, pay 2 green. If you don't, you lose the game. And, well, actually, Charles might well be dead on this attack. He might well be dead.
Yeah.
2 Slayer Stronghold activations. That's 10. Sunhome Fortress of Legion. He needs to find a Vesuva.
Oh no, he's gone for... He's making a Hornet Queen.
Wow, that's I like that a lot. He's already seen a Maelstrom Pulse go, and Hornet Queen can hold off these 2 creatures for a long time and will cause Charles no end of problems. There are resolves, and Charles is going to have to. Well, Charles has still got a number of outs. He still has Lightning Bolts in his deck from what we've seen, and Aaron's at 1, and well, Lightning Bolt, Colligan's Command, anything like that will deal the lethal damage. And so here's the Hornet Queen. We have 4 tokens coming with it. And very interesting. So, back to Charles, and I think Aaron needs to drop this ley line onto the board at some point, otherwise he's going to end up struggling.
Indeed.
So, untap. What did Charles draw? Just another forest, unfortunately, and a pass back of the turn. That's 3 mana. Tapping 3 mana at the moment. Oh, gonna bury that. What has he drawn? Well, he looks like he's going. Draws a Slaughter Pact. Useful draw.
Very good.
Allows him to deal with one of the 2 problem permanents in play, paying for the pact, of course. But unfortunately, he has no way of paying for a Slaughter Pact. Black mana is a problem, because he doesn't have any of it. We see the Connolly Garden making another 0/1. Obviously, untapping with the Amulet of Vigor. Not forgetting that trigger. In the pass of... See him passing the turn back. I mean, he could start attacking with some of these tokens. He's got to start attacking. I think he could attack with at least 2 tokens. Because no, he's just gonna... Looks like he might just pass the turn back. We shall see in a moment. So, 4 mana. Oh, he's going to activate the Wolf Run, in fact. So he's attacking with... We'll soon find out. It's a little bit difficult with just the dice, but useful to have another token. Another,
I assume he's attacking with...
The Hornet Queen and a token.
Hornet Queen and a token. Hornet Queen pumped. Not pumped. Has he pumped it? No.
Well, he activated the Wolf Run.
He can't. He didn't have
No.
any green mana.
The Connolly Garden allows him the green mana, so...
No. Oh yeah, of course.
He's attacking with 3 of them.
Oh, and of course he's got the Colony Garden.
Oh no, so
Oh,
he's
no,
attacking with
yeah.
1. So he's not just dead to a removal spell. And right now, Charles is really going to be hoping he can find a lightning bolt from somewhere. So, well, the Connolly Garden gets to activate and tap for a couple of times. We have a land for Charles and a passing of the turn. Fortunately, it's starting to slip away a little bit. Hornet Queen can cause a problem, and Charles, he's got quite a few draw steps. He still has Abbot of Carroll Keep.
Yep.
He still has lightning bolts in his deck, and I'm assuming Colligan's Command as well.
Yep.
We shall see. So, Systemic Growth Chamber, so no helping there.
But it does allow him to get back the Colony Garden.
It certainly does, which is interesting. Allows him to make another 1/1 blocker, and also allows him to start activating the Wolf Run for quite a lot of mana.
Exactly.
And Charles really needs to find something in the next couple of turns, otherwise it might be a 2-turn clock. This he could soon end up on the receiving end of being a beating, and he's going to make 4 mana from this Simic Growth Chamber. So we have 4 mana in the pool, 2 green, 2 blue. And now he's going to choose. I think he bounce the Simic Growth Chamber. Use it to make a lot of mana each turn and activate the Wolf Run. So return it to his hand. And feels unfortunate for Charles. He had such a good start and played it, and there's unfortunately Hornet Queen in from the sideboard. As we've seen, as it did in Standard, if a deck can't deal with tokens, it's going to struggle to deal with the Hornet Queen. And
So
Death Touch on all of the insects as well.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana.
Mm-hmm. Going for a 2-turn clock, this.
I think that's just... How much is it? Was it 7 mana? 8 mana. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus the 2, 10. Plus 4 flies. I think that's lethal.
So he had 4 mana. 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think he makes.
This makes
8,
4,
9,
right?
10, 11,
Colony
12,
Garden plus Boris Garrison is plus...
Okay. Well, we'll soon find out. He's just sending in the token. Obviously.
I mean, if Charles has nothing in hand, this is a lethal
Charles
swing.
has one card in hand.
Right.
And obviously he doesn't want to get blown out on the attack, because if he attacks with everything, he could die on the way back. And Charles does have access to removing some creatures from the various graveyards. But he's going to send in with just the 1 token. But Charles still has outs, and he just needs to find one this turn.
Yep.
This is the last turn he's going to have. So Charles taps the top of his deck. He's going to have a quick read. He's going to play a Tasiga. Whoa!
And leave Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt. Activate Tasiga the Golden Fang. Colligan's Command and a Swamp. And he has a land in hand as well. Oh my God, Charles! Charles Helatambi, you lucky man. And there's the handshake. Wow, what a top deck from Charles. Tasiga at the final moment of the game activates, played Delving, just leaving a Lightning Bolt in the graveyard. Activating Tasiga straight away.
Yep.
Colligan's Command, Swamp, and Charles has a Swamp in hand, ready to go. And, well, Leyline in hand, and many turns, Aaron had a chance to play that, and it all came down to the fact that he didn't play the Leyline, and unfortunately, Colligan's Command off the top, enabling Charles to finish the game off.
Yep.
2 points of damage to your face, sir. You can do whatever else you want with the rest of it, but you are now at -1 life.
Yeah.
So,
And
congratulations to Charles. What a top deck.
yes. Congratulations to Charles. Commiserations to Aaron. And
unfortunately, sad loss for Aaron. I think he was quite confident coming into this one. You would be with an Amulet Bloom deck against a Jund deck, but Charles did what he could.
Yep.
And at the last, his deck paid off for him.
Yep.
Tasiga off the top.
I'm wondering if we'll have a final, or
Well,
if it will be a concession.
We will
not
wait and
concession,
see.
sorry,
A split.
Split.
We shall wait and see. We will go and find out. We'll just bring it back to the booth here. John Partridge, Shea Holland. What a finish to that semi-final.
Yep.
Looked like it was starting to slip away from Charles a lot, and then Tasiga rolls off the top, able to exile everything but a Lightning Bolt. Had enough mana to then activate straight away, and still have enough for Colligan's Command. It's what dreams are made of, right?
It is, yes.
And that's how Magic games are sometimes won and lost, just by the top of your deck. Or the top 3 cards, in fact. One leading to the other one. Congratulations to Charles. He moves on to the final to play Sophie Warrington. We'll have to see if he decides to split the Snapcaster Mages and the Tarmogoyfs. Commiserations to Aaron, but he he leaves with the playset of cryptic commands, and well, for some people that's a pretty good trade-off.
Yep.
And maybe a bit of an upset there. John normally not having the greatest matchup against that, but obviously drawing a couple of Fulminator mages and discard when he needed to. Liliana doing the job in game 1, and just beat down Central in game number 2. What we'll do is, as much as you've said on the break, we're going to have to take a quick break. We have to put it on the event screen. What we are looking forward to in future, though, is we're going to try and set up a few things where we can actually link back to videos that have been recorded from previous in the do a bit of similar to Star City Games, where we have something recording constantly and we can just bring it on whenever we go for breaks. It's something that we're working for. This is still a new stream.
Yep.
This is only the third or fourth big event
that we've
actually been able to run this system on, and this is a brand new one that we're running today, where we've had a bit more interaction with it. So thank you for those on the chat that are making these comments. It's something that we are working towards. Again, sorry for the environment. We didn't know we were going to be in here, and unfortunately the room out there not suitable for a commentary area, so we had to be in here where it's a bit quieter and there's less noise. So thank you for bearing with us. What we're going to do is we're going to just take a quick break. We'll go and find out what Charles is going to do against Sophie. If they decide to split, then we'll come back, give you the result, and let you know what happened. And if they're going to play, then we'll be back for one more round. So thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you will join us back in a few moments when we find out what's going to happen, and we will either have a final for you or we'll have our closing thoughts from the day, and we'll be leaving it there for the weekend. Thank you very much for watching, and hopefully you will join us again soon. Okay, so thank you for ladies and gentlemen for bearing with us for a moment. John Partridge, Shay Holland. We're going to be doing a closing speech this time rather than bringing you a final. Charles and Sophie decided to split the final.
Yep.
We're not sure how they're going to split the buys, obviously. It depends on which of them is actually going to Lyon.
I think Charles already has 2 buys.
Okay, so
Sophie
will probably get them.
Sophie will probably get the buys just because even if she isn't going to Lyon, if she does go to Lyon, then she has 2 buys, even if she hasn't before. And if she doesn't go Lyon, then they're not going to go to waste either way.
No.
So.
And obviously both of them will be picking up some number of Tarmogoyf, some number of Snapcaster Mages, and obviously Tom Law and Aaron able to pick up playset Cryptic Commands. Obviously commiserations to Aaron losing that one. It was a pretty heartbreaking way to lose, but Charles, he gave himself enough outs.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Aaron gave him the outs as well. By not playing that ley line, Aaron gave Charles the outs of burn spells. And Charles, well, sometimes fortune favours the brave. He went for it. He went for it with the Tassica straight away and managed to get there. And obviously, congratulations to Charles going on to the final, obviously, to then split with Sophie. But I think as a rounding thing out, Modern certainly throws up more surprises than Standard does, especially moments like that.
Yes.
You don't get as much of that in Standard. The games are, even the close games, you don't get that moment which is just like, oh, let's see how many spells we can fluff at the top. And obviously, because you don't have things like Amulet, like that Hornet Queen almost changed the game on its head.
Yes.
That almost won him the game.
Yep.
And Charles was down to his final draw step.
Yep.
And managed to get there. And Modern, Legacy, those sorts of them, because you're playing things that are so much more powerful.
Exactly.
It's one of those things that can just happen. So, congratulations, Charles. Commiserations to Aaron. And for us here in the commentary booth, it's been one hell of a ride.
Yep.
It's been a long weekend.
It has.
I'm Shad. I'm quite looking forward to my hour-odd long train journey home because I'm going to probably have some time to either catch up, read, or sleep, more likely. A couple of hours I'll be home, go to bed, and then up at 5:30 again for work in the morning. There is no rest for the wicked, apparently.
No.
Obviously, thank you very much for joining us, for all of you who did throughout the entire weekend.
Yes.
We were really, really pleased. We've had a lot of positive feedback come back from people. We will take into account, of course, everyone else's comments on how the stream can be improved. Obviously, we know that the dead space between rounds can sometimes not be quite as good as other places. It is something that we'll be working on. Let's say the stream is still brand new.
Yep.
This is the first time we've had a real sort of commentary back into the booth. We've had the Deck Tech Arena, which went fantastically well yesterday. Also having access to put our individual cards up on the stream has gone down really well as well.
And I think in the future, something to move forward to, especially, I mean, not so much this weekend, because obviously Standard is rotating in 2 weeks.
Yep.
But post-rotation, we'll be looking at some deck techs in between rounds.
Yeah.
So either
recording ahead of time.
Yeah, recording ahead of time. We'll play them throughout the round, you know, sort of some new decks that are coming out. Because obviously Battle for Zendikar is out in 2 weeks.
And
There's going to be
new Standard in 2 weeks.
Completely new Standard. I mean, it'll be quite similar. We'll still have Abzan.
Siege,
we'll probably still have Siege Rhino.
So those at home, Siege Rhino will still be a good magic card.
So will Esper.
Esper, right.
Esper gets two
counterspells.
jewels.
And new counter spells.
And
as
a new
well.
counter spell.
2 new counter spells.
2 new counter spells.
Depends on which one you want to run.
Yep.
You do get new ones.
But two jewels. 2 jewels that can be fetched.
You certainly can.
They have access to 8 fetches and 8 jewels.
It's looking quite good.
Exactly.
And also a manland, if they so choose to play
and
it.
the manland.
In the 2/3 lifelinker. And that land looks quite good.
Could be quite good.
Certainly,
yes.
I think it'll be better than people give it credit for. Once
Yes.
the format gets going, this format looks like it is going to slow down at the beginning.
Yep.
Apart from for those smashing Ataka goblins into each other.
Yep.
It'll be slowing down for the rest of us. So that's something we've got to look forward to. We've got the RPTQ obviously coming up, I believe, in November.
Yep.
So this is something that we'll be looking forward to improve the stream for that. I believe there might be some events where you'll see our glorious faces in between. It's been an absolute pleasure with you today, Shay. So thanks very much for that.
And you, John.
Yesterday as well. And
Yes.
I shall be looking forward to the next event where hopefully at home you'll be looking forward to seeing us. The aim of also the stream is to try and give UK Magic an outlet for streaming and
Yes.
for commentary. We want to try and encourage not just others to do it, but obviously we want to do it ourselves at a greater level and obviously progress from there. So thank you very much for watching. To the 242 people who we saw watching on the viewership on the stream at one point, 242 for our stream is a lot.
Yes.
So thank you to everyone who watched, the positive feedback and all the other comments that have come as well. We will take them into account. If you have any other comments, either drop a message to either of us, to Alexi at Darksphere, or to the Twitter page, anything like that. We'll do our best to work on it from there. So
Thank you.
John Partridge, Shay Holland, signing off from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel here in London. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.